of the Licensing Act 2003, where 256 relevant representations have been received, 67 in objection to the application and 189 in support. So, I would ask who is representing for and the objectors. Who is representing, please? Barristers.
My name is Hughes. I represent Mr. David Huxley.
Thank you.
Today, madam, because we were adjourned from last time, 2 months ago, Mr. Huxley was here. But he was, I'm sorry, he was due to go to Canada and he cancelled that trip. So today he's got to go to Canada and be there. So Mr. Timms is going to read out Mr. Huxley's statement that is acceptable to the panel. And Mr. Timms is also here in his own right as a representative.
I will be coming back to you. I just need to know who is representing who at this point.
Yes, perhaps I should say I've got Mr. Vermicelli here from RBA Acoustics. A report is in front of you, and Kelly Rose from the Transport Consultants, who we will ask to address you in due course.
Thank you very much. And anybody else?
I'm Mr. Chuchoy, and I'm registered to speak.
That's fine. I'll come to you all at the relevant time. Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'll get to that in a minute. At this point, I would ask if there are any responsible authorities present. Mr. Hughes, are there any responsible authorities?
Responsible authorities under the Licensing Act.
Thank you very much indeed. So I would like to introduce the panel to you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Councillor Michael Higgins. I represent Ewhurst and Ellens Green.
And my name's Councillor David Munro. I represent Western Villages.
And I am Councillor Jackie Keane, and I represent Hazelmere West, and I'm the chairman of this meeting. So, Mr. Hughes, would you like to give the representation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You have in front of you an application for a new premises licence from Pickle and Winch Limited in respect of a converted barn. In brief, the applicant seeks to licence the premises for late night refreshment on a Friday and Saturday from 2300 to 2330. Sale of alcohol for consumption on the premises only. Sunday to Thursday, 12 till 2300. Friday and Saturday, 12 till 2330. Opening hours on a Sunday to Thursday, 0900 to 2330. Friday and Saturday, 0900 to midnight. Since the application was submitted, the request for off sales has been withdrawn and a revised plan has been submitted, which has been passed out today. It's on all the tables. No representations have been received from responsible authorities. The application has received 257 relevant representations from other persons, 68 in objection and 189 in support. Officers request you consider the matter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hughes. Can I ask the applicant, please?
Good morning, Madam. Would you like us to stand or sit?
No,
I'm not
fine.
sure.
I just need to know if you've received your pack.
I've received my pack. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Do you want to ask the licensing manager any questions at this moment?
No, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Right. Do you have any questions that you'd like to ask?
Not at this stage, thank you.
Not at this stage. Right. So I think we go to the submissions now from Mr. Hughes. Would you like to? Hello. Would you like to make your submission now? Yeah. No. That's fine. We can. Is there anything you'd like to say at this point?
I'm happy to go first if that's what Mr. Hughes wants. Can I also deal with a small housekeeping point, because there are clearly a large number of people in your council chamber and there are not enough seats for all of them. Can I just for housekeeping purposes, ask for a show of hands to show who is in support? And then once that is done, those that have not got seats can go into the breakaway room. Does that make sense?
Frankly, I think as we're all seated, I think we might as well all stay where we are because otherwise it totally disrupts the hearing. So if you're happy with that and everybody's happy, we will stay where we are.
I'm happy with that. Well, can I then just ask for a show of hands to show who is in support of the application?
I think that's, you know,
There we go.
pretty well shown.
I'm pleased you're sitting, and I don't mean that in a creepy way, but the last time we met was 5 years ago in 2021, when you heard and determined the original application for the Hilltop Kitchen. And you remember how much support there was in favour of the application then, and that support has not wavered. And what we're seeking is to license the site, but a slightly different site, and for hours that are slightly different. But we ask you to grant it upon the same terms, save for some small amendments and some conditions that Mr. Hughes wants to see. But essentially, it's the same concept. It's a country restaurant. Both of the applicants, Sam, who sits on my immediate right, Fidian Green, and his friend Alex Winch, are both local boys. Sam grew up on the farm where the application site is located. And the dream of both of them was to establish a proper country restaurant where it was farm to table. So all of the beef, all of the lamb, or all of the poultry comes from the farm to the table. They wanted to have wines which were locally sourced. 60 to 70% of the old Hilltop Kitchen's alcohol came from the immediate environs. And they also wanted to have the vegetable garden supplying the vegetables for the restaurant so that it was largely self-sufficient. And that dream worked very well. The original prototype Hilltop Kitchen was run on slightly different lines. It was less formal than what we propose today. And when I say less formal, there was an ability to book, but not in the same structured, rigid way that we intend to go forward. The two applicants have run the Merry Harriers in Hambledon, and they started that 2.5 years ago, or took it over 2.5 years ago. And from a standing start, they earned the place of 3rd out of 100 in the Good Food Guide. That's in only 2.5 years. And then the top 100 restaurants for Estrella Dam, 18 out of 50. Both have worked in Michelin-starred restaurants, and the intention is to provide world-class food at these premises. The original concept was an all-day cafe, and there were a number of disadvantages about that. We didn't know how many people were going to be turning up. And certainly it's true that under its previous operation, people would just turn up. And if there was no room for them, then they would sit on the grass outside the premises, and they would eat food which they'd purchased in the cafe. And often they'd bring their own alcohol and consume that. What is proposed is, as I say, a formal approach. If you were to look, first of all, at page 29 of the agenda pack, and it's what's called Annex 3. Now, the original site, I'm going to have to point with my pen. This is Alden's Lane that goes along the bottom. Well, you'll know that well. The original site is that triangle there. The new site is up farther removed from the road itself, which we say brings with it certain advantages. Mr. Huxley in Canada today, his home sits grandly on the other side of the woodland. And over to the left, just so that you can reacquaint yourself with the area, Busbridge to the left, Godalming to the left, to the west. And there it is. But we have, we say, advantages in the new site. It's allowed us, for example, to look at the question of car parking. It's not relevant for the purposes of an application under the Licensing Act. Mr. Hughes will no doubt attempt to argue that it's relevant. It's not. And you'll take advice on that. The DCMS guidance, which first came out in 2005, so 21 years ago, has been through endless iterations and reiterations. And not once in all of the many pages and the many paragraphs is there any reference to car parking. Wholly relevant to the question of planning, but that, of course, is not your dominion today. Your jurisdiction is to look at the 4 licensing objectives. And I wouldn't want you to be sidelined on issues that we say have absolutely no relevance. Traffic flow, for example, perfectly relevant and a lawful consideration under planning. It's not a lawful consideration for the purposes of licensing. That Alden's Lane is a narrow lane is not the concern of the committee. That the speed limit is 60 miles an hour and perhaps should be lessened, not a matter for this committee. That sometimes there are occasional accidents on Alden's Lane can't be laid at the feet of our premises. So they ran it for 3 years and it was hugely successful. They managed to make it to all sorts of good press. And when they were unable to continue its use for planning reasons in the original site, they moved to the new site and they got what was called a certificate of lawfulness. And what that means is that they can, at the moment, operate as a cafe and as a restaurant. They have permission to do that. Now, it may well be that the residents are unhappy that that process, in other words, applying for a certificate of lawful use, sidelined their inquiry on the questions of traffic flow and parking and so on and so forth. But what they shouldn't be doing is using the hearing today as a forum to attempt to re-argue issues which essentially are no longer live issues. Now, the fact that it has been granted its certificate is wholly relevant because it means that the premises can operate as a restaurant stroke cafe. And all they're asking for today is permission to sell alcohol. And the question for you is, well, how is that going to impact upon the 4 licensing objectives that we have? And the answer is not at all, we would suggest. There are a number of objections which you have read. They are, in some instances, alarmist in nature, and I'm not going to say that unkindly. Some reference that this is going to be 10 times the size of the original application. It's not. It's going to be exactly the same size in terms of covers. There was a flurry of emails shortly before the last hearing on the 3rd of March from Mr. Hughes on behalf of his client, asking for all sorts of issues to be clarified. And we did our best to answer all of the questions that he asked. He raised concerns, for example, over our plans. He raised concerns over areas that could be used for off sales, for example, that people could buy alcohol inside the premises and then wander at will around the farm. And we did our best to amend the plans. In some instances, our amendments didn't meet with his satisfaction, and we were required to produce another plan. The definitive plan is the one that you have in front of you. That is the one we had hoped would meet all of Mr. Hughes' continued inquiries. And it may be that even as of today, Mr. Hughes is unhappy with that. That is a matter for him. And I hope that it's not said that there has been some dramatic shift in position. You will have dealt with many applications when there has been an amendment made to the application in front of the committee. So, for example, if somebody asks for ambitious hours and sort of 3 o'clock in the morning, it's not unheard of that on the day of the hearing, an amendment is made to that and rather more modest hours are asked for. That is precisely what has happened. So, for example, we applied for off sales from the very outset because we thought that that would be a nice thing to do. And Mr. Hughes took issue with that and claims, and I suppose there is some point to his argument, that there is a very large area over which they could wander. And so we have approached that with a view to asking you to condition the license. And what we're going to do is ask you to look at the plan first of all. Now, the original application asked for 862 square meters of area to be licensed. And in order to appease Mr. Hughes, unsuccessfully it seems, we have reduced that to 421 square meters, a significant concession. And what we originally intended to do was to license these 5 outdoor tables to the south of the plan and the 3 outdoor tables to the north of the plan, just by way of off sales. And when there was a complaint about that, then what we've done is we've included those within the ambit of the licensed area, and we have taken out the kitchen garden. We thought it would be a nice thing if people were able to wander through the kitchen garden. But Mr. Hughes doesn't want them to do that with a drink in their hand. So you effectively legislate for that by not granting us or us removing the off-license part of our application. So the covers are exactly the same, except the old hilltop was mostly outside. The new hilltop has them mostly inside, but the total number of covers is the same. So the old hilltop had 34 inside and 56 34 inside and 54 outside. The new one has 56 inside. There are 18 outside. And then there's a private mezzanine with 14. In other words, 88 covers, exactly the same. And any suggestion that this is a significant decrease or increase, or that this is 10 times the size of the old hilltop kitchen, is, with respect to the objectors, incorrect. Where there is an increase is in the hours that we seek, but that is a modest increase. So, for example, the old hilltop had Mondays to Wednesdays until 6 p.m. It was untried and untested at that stage. And the premises effectively closed on Mondays and Tuesdays. And then you granted us 11 o'clock from Thursday through to Sunday. And we were grateful for that. What we're applying for today is the same hours in respect of Sunday through to Thursday, in other words, 11 o'clock. We're asking for Fridays and Saturdays an increase of half an hour until 11:30. And I was always taught that one should never ask for the moon because you'll never get it. But we rather hoped that in the light of what was being asked for, in other words, a modest restaurant with 88 covers, and staffed by a large brigade of staff, that this would be something that would meet with approval. Now, there has been criticism made in some of the objections Mr. Hughes repeats it, that there has been no meeting between those that I represent and the residents. And with respect to Mr. Hughes, that's simply not right. There's been no public meeting. We accept entirely, but that doesn't mean that there's been no dialogue. There has been continued dialogue between Sam Fiddian Green, for example, and Mr. Huxley, sitting round each other's kitchen tables, discussing the application. And sometimes there are instances where the parties become entrenched, and there is nothing that will appease some objectors. And I regret to say that this is one of those instances where we have tried to find middle ground, but when somebody has set their cap fairly and squarely against an application, they do so in circumstances where they are immutable. They do not want it, and therefore will go to any lengths in order to thwart it. Mr. Huxley, at one stage, said that he would be setting his transport ninjas on Mr. Fiddian Green, planning ninjas on Mr. Fiddian Green. And the planning ninjas are sitting in your committee room today. They've written endless rebuttals of rebuttals of rebuttals, attempting to raise issues of no relevance whatsoever. So it's with regret that I say, well, we understand the point that there's been no public meeting. But when you have two parties completely at odds with each other, there seems little point in having that. There's only a point in having a public meeting if there's going to be some form of discussion whereby mutual consent and agreement is reached. So when I say that the premises are heavily staffed, the mission statement that we have is contained at Annex 17 of your bundle, page 395. I know that you've read it, and I thank you for the patience in giving up time over your weekend for doing that. But you will have read it, and you will have seen what provision has been made for staffing. So there's going to be between 20 and 30 staff. The management of the premises consists of 6 managers. You've got a general manager, 2 assistant managers, you've got a bar manager, a head chef, and a sous chef. And the rest are locally employed staff. Now, we know from our record when we operated Hilltop Kitchen before, for those 3 successful years, that we were able to employ 86 staff over those 3 years. And they came from Godalming College, they were university graduates, they were people doing their gap years, and they were also hospitality professionals. But we have been able to give young people a head start. They've been able to work in a really first-class restaurant. Every young person should work in a restaurant at some stage in their life. Every young person should wait at table to improve their social interactive skills so that you can look somebody in the eye, so that you can talk with confidence. All of these are skills which have been given to these young people. Now, we know that they were local, and we intend to employ local people again. Only 9 of those lived outside Waverley. 13 were in walking distance of Alden's Lane, Thorncombe Street, Munstead Heath Road. These are people that we were able to employ and to assist. And here's the irony. Mr. Huxley, the objector's own daughter, Holly, worked at these premises. And I say that with some irony. So coming back to the plan, because although I repeat my submission that matters of traffic flow, car parking, and all those things are matters of irrelevancy, we've at least attempted to address them. so that everyone understands that we haven't just done two fingers to the objectors and said, well, we don't give a fig about what you say. That isn't what these two gentlemen have approached the application with. So, for example, there was a question about Alden's Lane and its narrowness and access for pedestrians. And so we listened to that and we installed a permitted footpath. And you can see that where my finger is pointing just here. And it joins Alden's Lane further down there. And that links the Winkworth Arboretum and Busbridge and Godalming with a bridleway and footpath. A lot of the people that came to our premises in its previous life came on bicycle, they came on foot, they came on horse, but a significant proportion of our customers are extremely local. And it's all well and good transport experts providing you with detailed statistical reports. Nothing is more helpful than actual experience of what happened at these premises. So when they say, oh, you've got insufficient car parking spaces, for many more people, the car parking spaces that we had, although less structured and less formal, were perfectly adequate. And we have used the industry standard. I've got the man that designed the car parking spaces themselves. I'm not proposing to call him, but he's here just in case Mr. Hughes attempts to say, oh, well, you haven't used the correct dimensions for the car parking spaces. They should be 2.6 meters by 5 meters. That's the standard that we work towards. And we say we've got more than sufficient car parking spaces. Now, there's an error, and of course, Mr. Hughes gleefully seizes on it. In Mr. Parsons, that's our transport export, is what we've asked him to do, was just to have a look at this. We haven't shut our eyes to any suggestion that transport is not a concern of the residents. And in Mr. Parsons' report, he says that matters of traffic flow are relevant. He's wrong. Our own expert is wrong in that, because they are not. But what he says is really common sense. We all know that Alden's Lane is narrow. We all know that there is a generous speed limit in it. We know that there are limited passing spaces. And we know that so far as this application is concerned, that the grant or refusal of permission for us to sell an English sparkling wine at the premises is not going to alter in one jot what happens in Alden's Lane. That will continue. Now, what shouldn't happen is Mr. Hughes attempting to use the licensing process to replay and rehearse planning matters. And when I say this, that the DCMS guidance says not one word about car parking, not one word about traffic flow and increase in traffic. There is one reference only under public safety. This is the only reference to a vehicle. And it's this. Under public safety, and your learned legal advisor already has the reference, it's paragraph 2.9. A number of matters should be considered in relation to public safety. These may include ensuring appropriate access for emergency services such as ambulances, good communication with local authorities and emergency services, for example, communications networks with the police, and signing up for local incident alerts. Sitting next to me is Rebecca Fordett. Rebecca Fordett, Froggatt, I'm so sorry, is an ambulance driver, but she's a senior ambulance driver. She also lives on Alden's Lane. She works with a group of dedicated paramedics attached to the Royal Surrey, and she drives a 7.5-ton ambulance. She has absolutely no reservations whatsoever about this application being granted. She regularly drives her car along Alden's Lane. And in its previous life, an ambulance had to attend Hilltop Kitchen and was able to navigate the route to the Hilltop Kitchen without any difficulties at all. If, for example, we had a terribly narrow drive so that an ambulance was unable to pass up the drive to the Hilltop Kitchen, that would be a relevant consideration. If, for example, we had padlocked the gate to the drive, impeding access to emergency vehicles, that would be a relevant consideration. But attempting to suggest that in some way emergency vehicles are going to be impeded from attending at these premises by virtue of the fact that Alden's Lane is a busy, narrow road, it is a matter of no relevance. Now, it's suggested in Mr. Huckley's submission that the people who are here in support of the application aren't local people. They may not live in the same quality of house as Mr. Huxley, but they are certainly local people. And they come from Alden's Lane, they come from Thornton Street, they come from Munstead Heath Road, and Iron Lane and Foxborough Hill, and then farther afield, such as Cranley and Hazelmere and Busbridge and Hambledon. What is local? What we do know is that there is a huge body of support for the application. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to focus on the effect of the grant of this license to these premises and ask yourself how are any of the licensing objectives engaged in a negative way? How are we able to refuse this application when the premises can already operate as a restaurant? They're perfectly entitled to have large numbers coming to these premises. And this is the evidence of Mr. Parsons, our traffic man, because it's the job of traffic experts, and certainly we've not been disappointed by city planning on behalf of Mr. Hughes, but they produce wild figures for the number of traffic movements. They've said 250 traffic movements is a suggestion in one of their reports. And Mr. Parsons says this: no, that is an exaggeration. He reckons that there would be, if as an unlicensed cafe, there would be 147 trips per day. But as a restaurant, he reckons 40 trips a day. Now, when you factor in the fact that people share rides nowadays, and that there would be taxis and so on, he reckons 40 a day as a restaurant. In other words, if you allow us to operate as a high-class restaurant, you're actually reducing the number of cars that will be coming to the site. If the application is refused and the premises continue to operate when open as a cafe, an all-day cafe, then they would have far greater traffic movement. In other words, it's a good thing, not a bad thing, that the license is granted. Now, Mr. Hughes has asked for a number of conditions, And it's probably best that I address the question of conditions at the end, and so that Mr. Hughes can take a careful note along with your learned legal advisor. But I'm going to leave that up in the air for the moment. I can say this, that of the objectors, far and away, their biggest concern is this question of traffic. A very small number of these 68 people reference hearing car doors slamming. 3 people. Very, very few reference any disturbance from the premises when they operated as Hilltop Kitchen. And even today, I was handed by Mr. Knights, who wants to speak, a copy of what his submissions are going to be. The willingness that residents have in certain instances to overstate their case is never better exemplified than by this submission. And Mr. Knights complains that traffic will be passing his home at 1 o'clock in the morning. It may be that he hasn't read the application in its totality. We're not asking for 1 o'clock in the morning. We're not asking to be open at, say, 12:30. We're asking simply for 11:30 on Fridays and Saturdays, and exactly the same hours that you granted us from Sunday through to Thursday, save for additional hours on the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So that is what the objectors complain of. We have occasionally had events such as Bonfire Night, the King's Jubilee, and they obtained a temporary events notice for that. And so far as we were aware, none of the applications for temporary events notices that they have made have ever been objected to. And I want to set everybody's mind at rest, because chatter often takes place between objectors, and it's easy to see how rumours spread. Here's one. This is going to be a wedding party venue. It's not. It's never going to be that. If there is a wedding at the premises, and it's thought that that is a possibility, but it's certainly not going to operate in the way that dedicated wedding venues do operate. But if there is to be a wedding, there will be an application for a temporary events notice. The importance about that is that you have engagement with the environmental health officers and other responsible authorities who are able to look back and to see whether there has been any history of objection, any complaint about noise in relation to these premises. And in relation to that, there's a complaint, Mr. Huxley makes it, echoed by Mr. Hughes, that we've not provided any noise report. Noise reports are generally provided where you've got a city centre or a town centre nightclub, where you've got somebody that's disturbed by noise because the sound of music bleeds from the downstairs to the upstairs. Or for a large music festival, for example, where sound travels huge distances. Then you have a noise report. But you wouldn't commission a noise report in respect of a small 88-seater restaurant with background music. You wouldn't commission a noise report. Well, Mr. Hughes and those that instruct him have instructed a noise expert who envisages the noise of car doors slamming and people being disturbed by that, and the noise of people speaking and people being disturbed by that. These premises are set back from the road and clinging on to reality. That, whilst it is certainly a possibility, that is, we would suggest, a possibility that lies fairly and squarely within the territory of fanciful. So I'm conscious of the fact I've taken rather a lot of time. Let me just see if there was anything else that I wanted to address you on, or save it for the finish. I think I shall do that. But I'm going to ask very briefly Sam and Alex to tell you about their passion for the project that they have and their willingness to engage with local residents and to be at the end of a telephone if anybody does have a complaint, which does lie fairly and squarely at the feet of these two gentlemen. So, Sam, first of all.
Hello, everyone. To say about my passion for this project is, I guess quite broad. I grew up on the farm. My mother is a farmer. She employs a farm manager. I work part-time on the farm purely for the enjoyment and the love of seeing the animals in the field. She has a herd of 68 pure Sussex cattle, our most local and heritage breed from this area. She's got an amazing flock of now 100 breeding Herdwick ewes, which we cross with other various breeds, and we bring on pigs just for us, our use at the pub for our bangers and mash and other such delicious things. So my passion is in cooking. It always has been, and it's grown into farming, and it's what I do. I'm not going to pretend that I'm good at being in these rooms because I'm not. But the restaurant that Alex and I dreamed, as James has sort of eloquently put there, is supports the farm. It supports the farm manager, and it supports the land really. And that is, our passion was to do what we are good at, which is cooking and serving the community and creating a space for them to come and to enjoy what we do and for us to enjoy doing it for them. So
you've upset some of the community and they sit on the other side of the room. You haven't upset a very large number of people who are members of the community. Now, going forward, the dust needs to settle on this application, and clearly bridges have to be repaired. The willingness or otherwise of you and Alex to engage with the residents and work in partnership with them. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we actually did call together a community meeting, I think in 24. It's in our June 24. Thank you. To it was in conjunction to opening a bakery on the site, which was previously unsuccessful due to planning matters. And we just, June 24 was the last community meeting we put together. We went around to all of our neighbours and, most of our locals as much as we could kind of access, and invite them in for a cup of tea, a slice of cake, and to talk about their concerns. And I would say, we are totally open to working with the council and also listening to their concerns and conditioning in such a way that it doesn't upset as many people as possible. I think that's, we want something that everyone can be proud of and not upset people, I think is.
Mr. Hughes, in his conditions, which we'll come to at the end, but this is just an example of what is being demanded by the residents. The kitchen garden, which surrounds the premises themselves, Mr. Hughes doesn't want anybody to have access to the kitchen gardens. And I think that the way that you put your application is, well, if that is the only way that this can be granted, then of course we'll consent to that as a condition. But why would you want people to have access to that small area of kitchen garden?
This is ultimately, disused farm building space. It is a farm, it sits within a farm, and we are cooking food from the farm. Our wraparound kitchen garden will be very beautiful. The reason why you would like people to have access to it is because they've come to a farm to eat the food from the farm, to be able to walk in the garden and show your children where the strawberries come from, or to go into the polytunnel and see the lettuce when it is in full growth and looks amazing, and knowing that you're either about to enjoy it or you've just had a plate of amazing radishes from there is a rarity. You know, it really connects people to the ingredients, to the love of good food, and that's what I want to share, what we want to share as a company with them. So
Well,
to give people access to the garden is an education point, I would say, and one that people benefit from.
All right, well, it's one of the many demands that Mr. Hughes makes. But just so that your position is clear, you're perfectly happy, they're reluctant to comply with the condition restricting access to the kitchen garden.
Yes, that would be my
Reluctant.
position. Reluctance. I mean, to let people walk in the garden is a gift, really, and something we want to share. If we build a beautiful garden, why can't they walk in it and see?
And if needs be, you can put a fence around,
Yes.
preventing people looking at a lettuce.
Yes, yes, that's true. If needs be.
The question of young people and the employment of young people. I've said this, that over the 3 years that you operated, you employed as many as 86 members of staff. What proportion of those were what I'm going to call young people? A distant memory for me.
I'd say about 2/3, if not 3/4, were college age.
And what are the benefits in working at something as good and as ambitious as Hilltop Kitchen?
I think we came out after COVID, having spent both of us 15 years within hospitality, and found we were just focused on wanting to create an incredible hospitality environment within the Surrey Hills. Having then brilliant, young, aspiring college students, university graduates working with us, seeing those develop from pot wash to now, you know, CDP, like good, fantastic chefs, barmen with us. They've been with us 5 years. There's two of them in our room today. Has been one of the greatest privileges we've had over the last 5 years of operating. Communicating at the pub now and learning how to be publicans as well has allowed us to develop with regards to having a far bigger team. And we think now we are two incredibly established restaurant operators or hospitality operators, looking for this incredibly exciting opportunity just to bring the Surrey Hills and Waverley, the hospitality offering in this area, to another level.
And just to put it into context, you both been chefs at Michelin-starred premises.
Yes, I've head sommelier and chef at Michelin establishments.
And the same for you, Sam?
Always a chef in the kitchen, yeah. But at Michelin, I've worked in Denmark at 2 Michelin-star restaurants, in London at 2 Michelin-star restaurants and 1 Michelin-star restaurants, and yeah.
And are you going to be in the kitchen at these premises?
Always.
In terms of car parking, I'm going to deal with it really briefly. You've had Steve design the layout of the car park. In terms of the standard measurement for each and every one of these spaces, it was 2.6 meters by 5 meters. And that's the industry norm. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in terms of the car park size of the previous Hilltop, was the car park then sufficient for the larger numbers that came to the premises?
The car parking was always large enough. It got to the point where it was on the edge, but we never had any issue with guests parking on the road. And at points we would go out and provide support to those car parking to make sure it was never an issue.
And just also as a reminder, the previous Hilltop Kitchen, the vast majority of people who came to the premises came without booking.
Yes, that's correct.
So there wasn't a booking system that you're going to be operating?
There
with?
was, but due to the fact that only 6 tables were inside, or 5 tables, I'm sorry, we could only book those tables because of rain issues. So the 2/3 of the tables were outside, along with the cafe element, meaning there would be walk-ins throughout the day looking for coffee and other things.
All right. And then I was going to ask Rebecca Froggatt very briefly to talk about her experience driving her ambulance.
If you could be brief, I think we've given you a long time, and Mr. Hughes, you will have the same right. Thank you.
Chairman, I hesitate to interrupt my friend, but is that evidence in the documents?
It's not evidence in the documents. It doesn't need to be evidence in the documents. I'm
Then-
perfectly entitled to call any evidence I wish, and this is oral evidence. I'm going to call it.
Thank you.
So,
Be
Rebecca,
brief.
you're an ambulance driver. You're what's called an operational commander.
Correct, and I'm a paramedic.
And how long have you done that?
10 years.
And you live in Alden's Lane?
I live in Munstead Heath Road, just at the top of Alden's
All right,
Lane.
well, you know Alden's Lane very well then.
I do.
And how long have you lived there?
9 years.
Now, this is the issue. How large is your ambulance?
It's a 7.5-ton vehicle.
All right. Now, this is the issue. Would you be able to maneuver your ambulance along Alden's Lane in the event of an emergency?
Yes, and I have.
And historically, has an ambulance had to attend at Hilltop Kitchen in order to assist somebody who was taken unwell?
Yes, 2 summers ago, we had to get an ambulance there, and there was no issue accessing it or for egress either.
Do you have any reservations whatsoever in the application and the way that it's framed? It's simply to allow alcohol in a restricted form at these premises. Any reservations from a public safety point of view?
No.
Thank you. So that's the evidence.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. I was asking a question. Can you
That's
repeat
the
that?
evidence I'm calling.
Right. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much to all of you. Now, Mr. Hughes, you will have the same right.
In our view, the submission that we're going to make is quite simple, but I may take as long as Mr. Rankin has taken to set out those points that I want to make, if I may. You cannot grant, in my respectful submission to you as members and your experienced members, on the basis of so much uncertainty, last minute evidence, indeed the last piece of evidence you heard before you, it came at the hearing today. I've never seen that piece of evidence. One thing that we have been doing throughout is to ensure that our evidence is submitted to the committee beforehand and properly circulated. So with the greatest of respect to our friend from the ambulance service, I would ask you not to regard that as any kind of expert evidence. She's not officially speaking, as far as I understand it, for the ambulance service for Surrey. Thank you very much. So you could only grant, in my respectful submission, what is clear evidence and enforceable conditions and so on. And that, we say, is not the case here. Madam, we rely on the statement of case that we've put in and the supplemental case which you and your colleagues have read, I'm sure. So I will just elaborate on a few of the points in that, if I may. I don't think there's any overstating the case here by my residents. There is genuine concern from the residents, particularly with the lack of consultation, which I'll go into in a minute. And I don't believe that in the submission, certainly on behalf of Mr. Huxley, I have been overstating the case or over-egging the pudding. There is general concern by these residents who sit around me. Many of them are not my clients and will speak for themselves, but we've all read them, and I don't think there is any overstatement of case there. So I appear for Mr. Huxley and a few of the other local residents, and we'd like to point out, firstly, that this is not in any way an anti-business objection, as it seems to be framed from my opponent's opposite. Indeed, Mr. Huxley has made quite clear, I think, to the applicant in the past, but certainly to me, that he would have no objection to this restaurant operating as a restaurant without a premises license. That is reasonable in my respectful submission to you. He wants to take the alcohol out of it because of all the reasons which we'll set out in our evidence. And you have to decide in this application whether you think it's appropriate to grant the license in terms of those two main public objectives we're looking at, which we say are public safety and prevention of public nuisance. I don't think the police and children issues are at the forefront of this particular application. And we say that it's a rural area, of course, you will all know it well, Alden's Lane, it's constrained. We say it's a high risk application on the basis of the evidence you will hear. And the consequences of granting today will be borne very directly by these residents around me and sitting behind me. So we say that because of the request for alcohol to be served here, there are no appropriate conditions which might be granted to alleviate their concerns. So looking at the legal framework, if we may, you'll be well aware that your duty here is to determine what is appropriate to promote the licensing objectives, which Mr. Rankin has referred to. And you can weigh in that exercise the operating schedule, which is in front of you attached to the application form. And you might want to ask if that is sufficient for a new premises application. A lot of reference has been made to the fact that it's an existing operation, but this is for a brand new building. I'm not sure what the status of the initial premises license is. Maybe the applicant can enlighten us on that. But in any event, this is a brand new application for a new building. You're entitled, of course, to look at all the reps and weigh them all in the balance, and indeed the evidence from the experts, which we've called in front of you today, in terms of sound and traffic. And then you're entitled to ask yourself whether the risks that we put forward can be mitigated by way of conditions, or whether refusal would be the more appropriate course, or even a deferral if you require further information. Of course, that is entirely open to the committee as well. And we say there are two key propositions. We've set this out in our case summary to anchor everything here. The public safety includes safe ingress and egress and emergency access from the site. That's as plain as day and night, and it's been the case in countless of these applications since the Licensing Act 2003 came into force more than 20 years ago. We'd say, of course, that yes, planning and licensing are, of course, separate. I practice in both areas. I've appeared in front of planning committees and licensing committees, and of course, there are slightly different criteria applying to applications under both. But what we do say is that you are asked to consider public safety, and we'll explain how we think that it applies in this particular case. To begin with, we say that the application has been mishandled from the beginning. We had a series of issues about the original notice that was placed outside the premises. Now, that notice, of course, is the one that alerts local residents to what is proposed and directs them toward the website at Waverley to find out the detail. That wasn't properly done at the beginning and the outset, and it had to be republished, as it were, by way of notice on the site. And we made this clear right at the very outset of this procedure, so these residents could understand exactly what was being requested. Now, in most of the cases you hear in front of you, I know that's never an issue. But for a professional outfit, it's extraordinary that that was not done correctly. And the inaccurate, I shouldn't say the inaccurate, the non-advertisement in the local newspaper is extraordinary too. I've not known that to happen in a very long time, and it's quite unusual. And that, of course, then also threw the application back again, as they had to re-advertise properly in the local newspaper. And of course, that's all about consultation with local people as wide and as far as possible. And on top of all of that, we say there has been very little consultation and no outstretched hand to many of the people sitting behind me today. There's a reference to a short meeting perhaps with Mr. Huxley in the middle of last summer. That, of course, was before the application went in. Actually went in November and was renewed in January and so on and so forth. But there's not been any meetings yet with any of these concerned local residents, as far as I'm aware. Any meetings, any walkthroughs of the premises, any attempts to agree a workable scheme. Mr. Rankin says, well, they're implacably opposed and there's nothing we can do. Well, any applicant knows, and I've done many cases for applicants, is that you put the hand out and you see if there is a possible way forward with local residents to come to an agreement about what you want to do at the site. Because from the residents' perspective, there is always uncertainty and concern. They don't know the full picture. And in fact, it's not even until today that they find out the full picture. I'm not sure we've still actually got it. So the reason why I was drafted in to pursue this on behalf of Mr. Huxley and others was just to see if we could get some clarity in what the application was all about. And Mr. Rankin says, well, this is all an inconvenience and what are they up to? Things are normally settled, but we haven't had any move from the applicant to us to see if there could be an accommodation going forward. Mr. Rankin says, well, there's little point in having a meeting with Mr. Huxley. Well, as I've said to you at the beginning, Mr. Huxley's view has been that he is not opposed to a cafe restaurant on this site. It's the alcohol provision which really concerns him. And of course, that's why we're all here today to consider the alcohol provision. It's not a legal requirement, of course, to do all that consultation, but I know you as members would probably expect to see it in many cases where there are particularly so many concerned local residents. Mr. Rankin did a question time poll at the beginning of your meeting today, asking people to put their hands up. I'm not going to do that because there are probably fewer people here from our side, but the strength of the views is in the paperwork in front of you, and the people have taken the time to write in to express their concerns. So we were adjourned 2 weeks ago, madam, and we were expecting to go on at that point, but we had 2 members lacking, so we couldn't proceed. But in the 48 hours before that hearing, there came a flurry of activity from the applicant. Mr. Rankin somehow blames the residents for all of this, when all they're seeking to do is to obtain a clarity. But when none is coming after 2 months of the matter being in consultation, it's right that residents are asking questions. And what we got, of course, was plans being revised, 3 iterations of the plans in the last 48 hours we were concerned with. And if I invite you to look at that very first plan, which is in your paperwork, I think it's at page 27. It's rather small on my paperwork. You will note that that's quite substantially different from the final iteration of the plan that we've got in front of you today. Oddly enough, considering this is a professional application, you would have thought there would have been some planning that had gone into the kitchen garden area. It doesn't appear at all on your initial plan. There's no extended area. That doesn't come up until the final plan we get shortly before the hearing 2 weeks ago. The square meterage, we have no idea on that plan what the square meterage actually is, but measurements appear on the latter plans purely because we'd asked for them, and I think that's quite a legitimate thing to ask for. Off-sales were suddenly removed. Yes, Mr. Rankin is right that very often on applications when parties are coming to an agreement, some things are adjusted and off-sales might be taken out, but it was last minute and it had been on there for 2 months, causing concern to these residents particularly. And then finally, because the external area had suddenly appeared in the final version of the plans just before the last hearing, we were concerned and did seek assurances about how that would be used, I think quite legitimately so. So in my respectful mission, you can ask yourselves what it says, in fact, for future compliance, if there is a sort of cavalier attitude, I may say, at this point. Mr. Rankin and I have done hundreds of these applications over 4 decades, and some have been cavalier. And in my respectful mission to you, this is one of them that we're asked to deal with today, where the problems seem only to be tackled at the point of crisis where they're raised by these residents. Now, if the applicant has handled all this as a bit of a scramble in the last few days, before you are likely to make your determination, then I think you're entitled to question how the operation itself will be handled. So we've got a moving target case. It's an unusual case because of the multiple plans that we've had, the off-sills being removed last minute, the external area coming in. And so the residents have been preparing initially on the basis of one case, only to find very recently, the last minute, there's another case and the ground has shifted underneath them. So you're risking here what I've called in my case summary a clarifications hearing, where we need to clarify exactly what is proposed at this premises. So we urge you to have caution in looking at this application, exercise that caution, because in our view, it's not stable. I make a very short point about the plans. The point that we did raise this at the very outset, Mr. Rankin said it came very late in the day. No, it didn't. It came with the initial application, which then they had to refile, where the red lines, which you can see in your paperwork at that very same page I've just shown you, if you look at the red lines on the site location plan, they're squiggly and they're all over the place. And we said that needs to be clarified way back then. So this is not a point we're raising at the very last minute, and I've made the point about the kitchen garden. Can I now look at the expert evidence that we've put in front of you? In our view, there is, in this case, given that it is an application for a new site, a striking lack of expert evidence submitted by the application addressing the risks. And one of the important ones for these residents is obviously public nuisance, noise nuisance in this intensely quiet area. You'll know it very well. In the daytime, one can hear the breeze rustling through the branches of the trees and can hear conversations taking place in the lanes some distance off. I've been there, witnessed it myself. So it's a very quiet area. We've had no robust external area management plan. It's come in, but there's no external management plan for that area and how that will be monitored. Mr. Rankin referred to it comically as not allowing people to look at the vegetables. Well, of course, that's not the case. People can obviously look at the vegetables as they arrive at the site. But we need a management plan as to how that will all be managed if you're minded to grant. But importantly, there's no credible dispersal plan. Again, in a proper premises license application, again, countless of these over the years, you would expect to see where people are drinking and sometimes late night refreshment. How are they going to get away safely from the premises? That's a dispersal plan. That is a common part of countless license applications. And the transport evidence we've had to produce ourselves because of the concerns. You've heard what they are, and you've got the paperwork in front of you. And we get reactive transport reports coming back. And we say it's not for the residents to draft these reports to express our concerns. So very little groundwork, in my respectful mission, from the applicants. So we say traffic and highways here is relevant, as it is relevant in countless licensing applications all over the country. And I've objected to transport plans, and I've put forward transport plans. And I've put forward transport plans for external festivals outdoors, for small festivals, inner city areas, for nightclubs and bars, because there is a concern about the comings and goings, whether people are coming in public transport or vehicles, and are they going to be safe as they leave. This is common practice. Nothing unusual about this at all. Mr. Rankin wafts it all away with some insouciance and says it doesn't really need to concern you. That's all a matter for planning. And of course, one wouldn't depart from that. It is a very relevant matter for planning also. But we say in terms of the public safety heading, it is very relevant here. Now, what are the issues? We have single track lanes. We have no footways. We have no public lighting there whatsoever. It's a very, very dark lane. There are passing conflicts, which you've seen on the photographic evidence. There is a foreseeable collision risk in our view, and where that's foreseeable, that's something you have to look at from the comings and goings from this site. And this is very definitely a public safety issue in our respectful submission. And why do we say that? Mr. Cooper, who is a highways officer from Surrey County Council, put in an objection to this application, and we have submitted that as part of our evidence, in the same way as Mr. Rankin has called his friend from the ambulance service. We've put in Mr. Cooper's residence, and I hope that is in front of you, Chairman. I would refer you to that. It might be in a supplemental bundle. But could I just direct you to that? You've got it. Thank you. I'm grateful. This was on the 13th of January, and he's the County Highway Authority officer. He says the site is accessed via Aldens Lane. Within the vicinity of the site, he says, Aldens Lane, just Aldens Lane in front of the site, are typical Surrey rural lanes with occasional informal passing, and in places have steep, high banks, you've seen from the photographs. Aldens Lane and Hill do not benefit from any footways or street lighting. The Highway County Authority has visited the site, has observed the constraints on the local highway network and the damage to highway verges and so on. The County Highway Authority considers the proposed premises licence would result in significant intensification in vehicle movements. We say he's right on that, and would therefore increase the likelihood of conditions prejudicial to highway safety. Now, he talks about highway safety, but of course that is an alternative phrase we say for public safety here, in terms of the comings and goings in and out of this premises down that lane in the vehicles that we've talked about in significant numbers. So we have our own expert evidence, of course, which you can read, and I'm not going to deal with that now. My expert might say a few words on that. And the applicant's own expert, which Mr. Rankin said I seized upon with great glee. Well, I seized upon it because the expert, in our view, is right. And his evidence is at page 407, if I could direct you to that. This is the applicant's own transport expert. It's exactly what I would be seeking from a transport expert of mine, should I be putting an application in. It's on the 5th of February, and he says, it's noted that objections have been received to the above licence application on grounds related to increased traffic and road safety. This letter has been prepared to present information and traffic impact analysis to assist with the consideration of the above licence application. He goes on, this letter deals specifically with the matters relating to transport, access, traffic attraction and road safety, all of which are relevant considerations in relation to the licensing objectives, including public safety and prevention of public nuisance and vision. I've worked with them before. They are well versed in license applications and quite clear that it is very relevant. And can I therefore go on to the Act, if I may? 18.6, section 18, subsection 6, which your learned legal advisor will have in front of you, I'm sure she will look at with you, states as follows. What is a relevant representation? It's asking there, and it says a representation which is about the likely effect of the grant of a premises licence on the promotion of the licensing objectives. In other words, in this context, public safety and public nuisance. Those are the two that we're asking you to have a look at. Couldn't be clearer, in my view. They don't need in the Act to adumbrate a great long list of what could be included in that. That's left to some of the guidance, and Mr. Rankin referred to it, the 182 guidance, which you'll be very familiar with. Paragraphs 2.9 and 2.16, I would invite you to look at. I'm not sure whether you have that in front of you, but your learned legal advisor will have it in front of her, I'm sure. But 6.19, if I can just find that. Here we are. Sorry, 2.8 is the heading Public Safety under the guidance. And the relevant passages are at 2.09, where it refers specifically to ensuring the safety of people when leaving the premises. Couldn't be clearer. For example, through the provision of information on late-night transportation. That's one example which they quote. And Mr. Rankin says it doesn't deal in nauseous detail with traffic matters, but of course it doesn't deal with a lot. It's purely guidance. So we're invited to read between the lines. But in paragraph 2.16, it goes on to say, under the heading, ensuring safe departure of those using the premises. Couldn't be clearer. Licence holders should make provision to ensure that premises users safely leave their premises, providing information on the premises of local taxi companies who could provide safe transportation home, and ensuring adequate lighting outside the premises, particularly on paths leading to and from the premises and in car parks and so on. So those are a couple of examples. We say that the safety of the public coming to this premises and leaving from it are highly relevant. And indeed, looking at the Waverley report, your own report today, can I invite you to look at page 10 of your officer's report, where this is addressed to an extent. To take you to that, if I may, it's paragraph 6.25. It says the licensing committee is entitled to consider events outside of the premises if they are relevant and are properly attributable to the premises being open. That's open for licensable activities. The proprietors do not have to be personally responsible for the incidents for the same to be relevant. However, if such events are not properly attributed to the premises being open, then the evidence is not relevant. Guidance is that the licensing authority will primarily focus on the direct impact of the activities taking place at the licensed premises on members of the public, living, working, or engaged in normal activity in the area concerned. Couldn't be clearer, Madam, in my respectful submission. We say that there will be an increased traffic flow, and even if there isn't, look at the situation as it is now on the ground. You've seen all the photographs, and how much that will be intensified by people who have been consuming alcohol. That's our concern here. So finally, if I could deal with planning, I want to deal with public nuisance as well, but I'll deal with that briefly. On the planning side, we're told that this really doesn't matter. You shouldn't be concerned with planning issues, and that's rightly the case. But it's not a defence you'd say, well, these transport issues have been considered somewhere in the depths of planning. They haven't. If there had been a proper planning application under Section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act, then you would have expected as a planning committee to see all that evidence come in front of you, transport reports and so on and so forth. But what's happened here, as Mr. Rankin referred to, is the applicant has obtained a certificate of lawful existing user development, call them CLUIDs. And that means that the application was never determined on the merits. What happened was, obviously, it was a farm building, as you've heard. It then became a commercial, this is building A, it then became a commercial artist studio for several years. And then by a fluxion of time, because they'd been using it for more than 10 years, the planning authority were then unable to enforce against it because of that reason. That's the rule in planning. So planning officers couldn't go in and say, you're using a commercial artist studio here, it's not a farm building, we'll enforce. And then subsequent to that, in 2021, the General Permitted Development Order was changed because of COVID to make it a little easier for hospitality, the hospitality sector to operate in previously empty buildings, and allowed, by putting commercial artist studio in the same category as restaurant use, Class E, for the use to be immediately transferred across to restaurant use. So there's never really been a full debate on the merits of transport. And we say that, yes, is for another committee, but that doesn't rule out the consideration for these purposes under the public safety heading of the matters I've highlighted. Finally, on public nuisance, if I may. We have again put in an expert evidence report. It's interesting that we are told that, well, one wouldn't expect to see an acoustic expert report for a mere 80 people sitting in a restaurant in the middle of the country. I think that's the way it may have been put. My counter to that, Madam, is yes, indeed, you would have expected to receive a nuisance report from an expert as to the noise it's going to make, particularly in the light of the fact that you have 70 recorded local residents who are objecting to this application in front of you, and you would have wanted at least to assure them. Well, that's never been done. So we have voices outdoors, we have car doors slamming, late departures. It's said that, well, this has all been happening before. We say not to the same degree, and not fueled perhaps by alcohol. That's not to say that everyone's a mad drinker. I'm sure that at this lovely premises that's proposed, there won't be people madly drinking, but spirits are often higher. Noise levels go up, voices go up, and that's the concern. And we make that point in our experts' report. And particularly in this very quiet area, in the hours of darkness. It's very quiet during the day, but at night time, for the hours suggested, beyond 11 o'clock at night, the noise of the traffic coming down these lanes, the headlights shining into local houses, all of them subject to a public nuisance in my submission. So we say if it's granted, we say no, it shouldn't be. There should certainly be no outside drinking. Mr. Rankin has promised a condition, but I haven't seen that condition yet. Par for the course, I guess, on this application. There should be no outside entertainment. One would like to see a condition on that, but nothing's been forthcoming. And we won't use the outside area. It's a throwaway concession of which the applicant still hasn't put before you a drafted up condition. In terms of the emails that have come into you, Mr. Rankin very cannily did a question time style analysis, a Fiona Bruce analysis at the beginning, where he asked everyone to put their hands up. Rather silly. You know the numbers that are in front of you. Not sure quite what was sought to be achieved by that. But what I would say is that the supporting emails, all of them are redacted, of course, but the supporting emails do amount to general goodwill for this restaurant in this area. And we say that the emails from the residential objectors is, to use the common parlance, their lived experience. It's what they're going through and what they fear they will go through should there be a premises here able to sell alcohol. So I invite you to look at this application with great caution, Madam and colleagues. It's not a referendum for 180 here and 70 there. It's not that. It's to be determined, as you know, as an experienced chairman, on the basis of the licensing objectives, the evidence and the arguments put in front of you. And that is my opening. I think I should be very short in closing, Madam. That's my opening. I think I've kept it within the time. I know that Mr. Timms is here representing Mr. Well, not representing Mr. Huxley, but speaking for Mr. Huxley, who wanted to read out his statement, if you're happy for Mr. Timms to do that. Mr. Timms speaks in his own right, but he has a statement for Mr. Huxley.
Mr. Hughes, I'm quite happy for you to read out Mr. Huxley's statement. And of course, you know, only valid representatives that have actually asked to speak can actually speak at this meeting. And Katie has a list of those as the hands go up. But please, would you like to give Mr. Huxley's little statement now? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Kevin Timms. I'm reading the following statement on behalf of David Huxley, who, due to the rescheduling of the hearing, is unable to attend today. I'm a local resident and a neighbour of David Huxley's. Both our houses are within the vicinity of the Hilltop restaurant. So David Huxley's statement is as follows. I understand from Waverley Licensing that around 90 residents have submitted objections. That is a very large number of objections and reflects the level of concern within the local community. The local residents are not anti-business. However, we share serious concerns about the impact that this proposed licence will have on the local area. The previous Hilltop Cafe was small, around 50 square metres, and attracted very significant numbers of customers relative to the size of the building, because most people sat outside. What I did not realise at the time was that the cafe had been operating without planning permission, and that a later timber extension had also been built without planning permission. When the applicants appealed to retain the cafe, the planning inspector refused that appeal. One of the key reasons was highway safety. The inspector noted that Aldens Lane is a single-track rural lane with very limited passing places. The steep verges and hedgerows prevent vehicles from safely pulling off the road, meaning parked cars can obstruct traffic and create conflict between vehicles, pedestrians and cyclists. The inspector also stated that the available parking on site was unclear and likely insufficient, and concluded that the development would cause harm to highway safety. The current licence application relates to Building A. While a certificate of lawfulness has been issued for a commercial dining room, it is important to understand that this is not planning permission. It simply confirms a lawful use. It does not assess issues such as noise impact, the effect on the area of outstanding natural beauty, or highway safety. These matters would normally be considered through a full planning application. The certificate allows internal use of the building for internal dining. It doesn't allow external seating, serving of alcohol, or car parking. This brings me to my first formal objection under the licensing objectives: public safety. The new building is substantially larger than the old original cafe, around 10 times larger. If the local road network struggled with the smaller operation, it's difficult to see how it could safely accommodate the much larger operation now proposed. All customers and staff and deliveries will need to arrive by vehicle. There is no realistic alternative transport option. There is no public transport. The proposed pedestrian cycling access on the applicant's field from the end of footpath 176 to the proposed new restaurant will give little assistance to safety. It is merely a short track and doesn't help anyone travelling from Bramley up the steep Aldens Hill, and it will make no difference to the majority of customers arriving by vehicle. And importantly, Surrey Highways has formally objected to this licence. The Principal Transport Development Planning Officer has stated that the licence would result in a significant intensification of vehicle movements on Aldens Lane and would increase the likelihood of conditions prejudicial to highway safety. In a rural area with narrow lanes and limited passing places, this is a serious concern. My second objection concerns public nuisance. Granting an alcohol licence would significantly increase the popularity of the venue and extend activity later into the evening. The restaurant is a destination venue with no public transport, so almost all customers will arrive by car, particularly at night. With alcohol being served, there is a high likelihood of larger gatherings, events, and increased evening activity. This would inevitably bring more noise from customers arriving, leaving, and potentially congregating outside, particularly in the summer. My third objection relates to the prevention of crime and disorder. Granting a late-night alcohol licence in a dark, remote, rural location increases the risk of antisocial behaviour and drink driving. Residents are understandably concerned about intoxicated individuals leaving the venue and using narrow, unlit lanes late at night. Finally, I would emphasise that the applicants can already operate a licence, can already operate a restaurant serving locally produced food under the existing certificate of lawfulness, provided it's within Building A. A farm to fork restaurant can therefore operate without the need for the alcohol licence. So in summary, the previous much smaller cafe already raised highway safety concerns. The proposed restaurant building is about 10 times larger. Surrey Highways has formally objected to the licence. The location relies entirely on narrow, steep-banked rural roads with no public transport. There's insufficient parking on site and there's no alternative parking. The traffic chaos in 2026, which I think there's pictures in your bundle, caused by a small diversion off Munstead Heath Road, put Aldens Lane into total gridlock and proves that the local infrastructure can't cope with more traffic. For these reasons, granting the licence would risk creating increased problems relating to public nuisance, public safety and disorder. I therefore respectively ask the committee to refuse the licence application. I've made this statement on behalf of my neighbour, David Huxley, but I will say that I'm a resident of Thorncombe Valley. I've been a resident of Thorncombe Valley for over 45 years, and I share his concerns and fully endorse what he says. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before I go over to those that have asked to speak, I'm going to bring in Councillor Jane Austen, local councillor, and she wanted to say something.
Madam, I hesitate to interrupt the chairman. I have two expert witnesses who would just like to address you very briefly, 5 minutes each, on their reports, if they may. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Good morning, Chair members. My name is Kelly Rose. I'm a chartered transport consultant at City Planning with over 20 years experience preparing transport assessments for a wide range of developments across the UK. I appear on behalf of Mr. David Huxley, a local resident, to object to the licence on the grounds of public safety and prevention of public nuisance. My central point is simple. This is a highly constrained rural site reached by narrow single track lanes in both directions. Oldens Lane and Oldens Hill have steep verges, hedges, poor forward visibility, sharp bends and very limited passing opportunities. There are no footways, no lighting and no realistic public transport alternative. In practice, the site is heavily car dependent. That matters because on roads like these, overspill parking and additional traffic are not minor inconveniences. They translate very quickly into obstruction, delay, conflict between vehicles, and risk to pedestrians, cyclists, horse riders and emergency access. The applicant's consultant Vision has tried to reassure the committee that granting this licence would cause no highway issues, but they still have not provided any proper transport or parking assessment for the licence itself, despite repeated requests. Instead, their position rests on two flawed points. First, they rely on the fact that a lawful development certificate exists. However, this is just for the internal use of the building as an unlicensed restaurant. It does not include any external areas or any car parking. In fact, there is no planning permission for any car parking on the whole Coombe Farm site whatsoever. It also does not mean the operation is safe in highway terms, and it does not answer the licensing questions before the committee. Second, they rely on a generic trip data from cafe uses to represent the permitted use of the building as an unlicensed restaurant that are plainly not comparable to this location. The examples include places like Starbucks and Costa Coffee in built-up areas, high streets, drive-through locations and service stations. That is not comparable to an isolated rural destination reached by narrow lanes and with no resilience. Just wanted to pick up on one comment that Mr. Rankin said in relation to the applicant's case, is that there'll be 40 vehicle movements per day with a licensed restaurant. The number's been slightly misread there. It's actually from the applicant's data that they've provided. It's 40 per 100 square metres. Therefore, when you look at the indoor restaurant, ground floor and mezzanine, plus their outdoor seating, we've got 738 square metres. Per 100 square metres times 40 is actually 300 vehicle movements per day. And that's with the applicant's own information. Therefore, I just wanted to clarify that point. Indeed, even Vision's own material points the other way in terms of trip profile as well. Their trip comparison shows a material change in trip profile between an unlicensed and licensed operation. The unlicensed venue peaks at around 10 to 11 in the morning, as you'd probably expect, for a sort of unlicensed property, whereas the licensed venue peaks around lunchtime and again in the evening, with activity extending through to late in the evening. That supports the obvious common sense conclusion that a licensed restaurant has a stronger evening draw and a greater likelihood of multiple sittings on busy nights. My transport addendum explains why the licence would intensify activity on the site for 5 separate reasons. First, the outdoor seating adds significant capacity. Second, the alcohol licence makes the venue more attractive as a destination and is reasonably expected to generate more car traffic than an otherwise comparable unlicensed venue. Third, a licensed venue brings more deliveries, including alcohol deliveries. Fourth, it increases the likelihood of full covers across multiple sittings, especially in the evening. And fifth, the licence enables large events which the applicant has said they intend to host. So this is not a small change, it is an intensification in timing, attraction and likely traffic generation. Furthermore, because the applicant refused to provide a parking assessment, City Planning undertook one and the results are stark. We have brought some plans just to show the actual layout of the car park that the applicant put forward and our review of it.
1 moment, please.
I'm so sorry, I've not seen this, and I hope that it's not going to be
I'm
produced at
just
this
going to
last
say,
minute.
I cannot allow that to be. If these people haven't seen it, they may be in.
Can you direct us to that,
Yeah.
Mr Hughes?
Okay.
What pages?
So do you have the transport addendum with you dated the 12th of March? And there's an appendix at the back with the car park layout and our review of it in Appendix A1.
Can I just say this, that I did not receive that. I didn't even know of its existence until this morning. Mr Hughes says that everything was served on the appropriate people. It was not served on me. He knows full well that I represent these applicants.
This is nonsense. This was part of the thing. It was served on the council. The council issued everything to all parties.
1 moment.
It's in the transport addendum note in the appendix, Appendix A1. That was the 12th of March.
I
can
don't
just
think
carry on without
at
it.
this stage we can allow those to be sent around. We don't usually have this at licensing. I'm sorry, Mr Hughes, but if I know, so the
I saw them.
yeah. So you can actually look on your papers if you'd like to see the layout that this lady is talking about.
Is it that? Is it different?
You think?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
So you can actually see that.
Thank you.
Okay. So the applicant has stated that they need 50 car parking spaces for the restaurant. That's in the initial statement of case. Their drawings show only 44 spaces. But when those spaces are reviewed against modern design standards and when account is taken to bay width and the lack of accessible and disabled bays, the likely viable parking supply comes down to about 28 spaces, which is the two drawings side by side. Even with 28 spaces, there are remaining issues of conflict with delivery movements, lack of pedestrian and cycle facilities, and the fact that it depends on works without planning permission. That is simply not enough parking to serve the restaurant, let alone all the other buildings on the site, all of which have their own parking demands by visitors, customers, and staff. The applicant has stated the restaurant will employ 20 to 30 staff, in addition to a management team of 8. Building F would support the restaurant operation as a commercial kitchen. The applicant has also confirmed an intention to host big events, including outside music. So this is not a modest, low-key operation. Against that, my addendum estimates parking demand for about 80 cars at midday and 97 in the evening. That means a shortfall of 52 spaces during the day and 69 spaces in the evening. The daytime figure includes 49 for the restaurant and 31 for the other uses on the site, including the farm shop and plant sales. The evening figure includes 60 spaces for the restaurant and 38 for the overspill or event-related activity. Therefore, even with the so-called off-sales taking out of the application subject to the conditions, there is still a significant lack of car parking just for the restaurant operation. And there is no I was just going to quickly talk about the collisions and then a couple of minutes. Okay. So just quickly in relation to collisions, we just wanted to point out that my note also records the recent collisions in the media area based on official data and local reports, including one directly outside the site while the previous unlawful cafe was operating. So the real world effect on local residents and businesses is delay, obstruction, safety risk. It also raises obvious concerns for emergency services, including ambulance, fire appliances, and the police if the lane is blocked by parked vehicles or locked in conflict. And I just wanted to point out also in relation to the previous appeal for the Hilltop Cafe, that the planning inspector reached the same broad conclusions in relation to the previous cafe use, which was refused based on parking overspill and highway safety concerns. Therefore, the claim that the previous Hilltop Cafe did not lead to parking off-site is strongly refuted. So I think I can sort of summarise there. Thank you.
When we say an awful lot.
Thank you.
Licensing,
No.
the ranking is alluded to, it didn't have planning permission, that other premises.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes.
Mr. Fumicelli, 5 minutes, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Danny Fumicelli. I'm a member of the Institute of Acoustics. I'm also a member of the Chartered Institute of Environmental Health, and I have the title of an associate at RBA Acoustics. We're a company who specialise in noise, acoustics and vibration. We've been commissioned to review the application and to comment in respect of the of noise and the licensing objective of the prevention of public nuisance. To do that, one of the first things we've done is establish what are the existing noise conditions in the locality. We've done an extensive what we call baseline noise survey. We've done this over a continuous period of a week at 3 different locations. It's the 3 closest residential premises to the application site. And unsurprisingly, what we found, given that this is a very rural location, the existing noise levels are very, very low. They are some of the lowest I've ever measured. The noise levels during the day are low, and they get commensurately lower as you go through the evening and into the night period. They're so low in the evening and the night period that we're getting to the bottom end of the range of the sophisticated equipment that we use, which is verified and calibrated to British standards. It's precision scientific instrumentation. It's very, very low. And what constitutes the sound climate in that of these very low noise levels is broadly and largely a natural, what we call soundscape. It's the sounds of the wind in the trees, it's birds singing, very, very distant, sometimes agricultural activity, and very infrequent occasional vehicle movements along Aldens Lane. So it's a very, very quiet area. So in assessing the noise from this potential from this application, we've looked at what they're doing. We've looked at the traffic movements. We've looked at the number of covers that they've got. They've looked at the proposals for the outside uses, but also indoors. And we've used established, standardised methods to predict what the noise propagation will be. Now, the residents are some distance away. They're hundreds of metres away. But because this is a very, very quiet location, the sound, as it travels, yes, it decays, but it's still significantly, substantially above the background noise levels at the residential premises. It's going to be clearly audible, and it will vary. I mean, it will vary depending on how many people there are outside, if the doors and windows are open, and what they're doing indoors. The point that the requirement for a noise assessment here would be unnecessary is no. If anything, the fact that its location in this very quiet rural location amplifies, if you excuse the term, pun, so to speak, the need for such an assessment. The typical way that you analyse and interpret and decide about the impacts of noise is comparison with what may happen with the operation in place with what's already happening at the moment. And to be frank, it needs very little to be intrusive because it is such a quiet, tranquil location. Now, there are numerous sources of noise associated with the restaurants. There's the vehicle movements to and fro. There's activity in the car park. There are the patrons coming and going. If patrons are outside, they can generate noise. If there's any form of entertainment outside, or even background sound, music, for example, will travel and carry a long way and be audible. This is recognised to a degree within their own application, in that there is talk about noise reduction materials will be installed in the interior of this building. It's unsure whether this is a refurbished barn or is it a brand new standalone building, which might incorporate more modern, more efficient means of creating noise insulation. What we don't have, though, is any kind of objective quantified analysis of Well, how much noise are they likely to create inside, and how much noise insulation might be provided? The provision of noise reduction materials inside might actually be for the benefit of the customers. It's quite a common experience when you go into a restaurant nowadays with a very modern feel, for example, lots of glass, stone floors. It's a very reverberant, echoey space. It can be quite noisy. They may install what we call sound absorption to reduce that activity. So you can have a conversation with the person next to you, speak to the server and that kind of thing. That does nothing to prevent the noise escaping from the building. That's noise insulation. It's a different thing altogether, and it relates to how robust the building envelope is, and inevitably having to keep windows and doors closed. Sort of bring this back to and to summarise, we just haven't seen any evidence from the applicant of their analysis and assessment of noise, albeit they do in some way rather inadequately acknowledge that noise reduction materials will need to be installed internally, but it's not in any way, as I just said, quantified in a way that we can decide, or you can decide, to be honest, is it adequate? Will it work? Will it do the job? And it's not enough just to say, well, we don't think it's really necessary. It's what my view is, it's plain as day that this needs a full and proper assessment. Now, we've provided that, and unfortunately, it comes up with a result that we say is there is likely to be public nuisance as a result if this application is granted as is.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Now, Councillor Austin. Would you like to say where you represent, please, Councillor Austin?
Thank you, Chair. Chair and members of the Licensing Committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm Chair of Bramley Parish Council, and I'm also Borough Councillor for Bramley and Wonersh Ward, which covers this site. Over recent weeks and months now, an unusually large number of local residents have contacted the Parish Council, expressing deep concern about this licence application. Most live close to or regularly use Aldens Lane and Thorncombe Street, but we have also heard from residents from across Bramley and towards Hascombe because of the wider impact they've evidenced already on previous uses on this site. We have heard verbal statements too in support of the operation. The grounds received were enjoying the view and the food, so I'm not discussing those further because they're not licensing considerations. Bramley Parish Council have not been contacted at any stage about a community meeting, and no one came to Bramley Parish Council to discuss this application, although I understand in 2023 the applicants did attend about the original Hilltop Kitchen application. I wasn't present. At our January meeting, following direct engagement with the community, Bramley Parish Council resolved to object to the licence application. My statement today therefore reflects the Council's analysis, but also the concerns of the local community. Because they believe that in their detailed knowledge of the area, that the licensing objectives have and will be engaged in a negative way by this application. Before turning to the licensing issues, I do want to emphasise that local residents are not anti-business. They value local enterprise. They welcome farm-to-plate initiatives and ventures that contribute positively to the character of our area. They want local businesses, including this one, to succeed, and of course the fantastic Merrier Harriers, which is also in my ward. And if I may speak personally, before I became a councillor and before I knew about the planning breaches and safety concerns and the impact of residents from the previous Hilltop operation, I was a customer. I drove there from my home in Bramley. I met friends who came from afar. We struggled to get park on the small site, and we fought through the single lane road to get there. We enjoyed the lovely food and the stunning view. We sat on the grass because the outdoor seating was already full. But since becoming a councillor, I have seen and lived a whole other side to this. serious traffic incidents reported to me, pedestrian and horse safety issues, and I have dealt with residents repeatedly raising serious evidence-based road safety concerns. I must also highlight the significant local frustration regarding the planning history of this site. It's felt by residents and by Bramley Parish councillors, past and present. Members will be aware that granting a licence would be to do so on a site with repeated planning breaches, some of which are subject to ongoing and previous enforcement action. Much of what exists today has been authorised, as we've discussed, through certificates of lawfulness, entirely lawful, but that has bypassed the usual opportunity for community scrutiny and feedback, and left residents feeling the community has not had a meaningful say in the evolution of the site. And against that backdrop, this licence application is seen as not proportionate or transparent. Residents feel, and the Parish Council resolved to agree, that the application as submitted does not meet expectations of safety or rural appropriateness. Some councils also stated, given the considerable time they have spent dealing with the ongoing planning breaches, that they're worried the applicant will not strictly adhere to any licence if granted. We are concerned on all 4 licensing objectives. Public nuisance. The site is within the Surrey Hills National Landscape, where tranquility is a protected feature. This is a beautiful spot with a stunning view, but even the previous much smaller cafe generated noise, disturbance and overspill parking. On warm summer days, there was simply nowhere for the cars to go, and we do not want this peaceful location or surrounding tranquil fields turned into an informal overflow car park. The application proposes later hours and potentially site-wide alcohol consumption, although I note, we are pleased to note the off-site alcohol application has been removed. There is no noise impact assessment or management plan, and no details on capacity or events, which is something we're concerned about. Bramley Parish Council did resolve public nuisance would be inevitable. Public safety. We all have heard about how Aldens Lane is a narrow single track lane with blind bends, no verges, no lighting, no safe pedestrian or cycling access for kilometres in either direction. I've personally dealt with residents reporting frequent near misses and collisions. Experience from the previous smaller operation did show most visitors arrive by car, and there is a mismatch as far as I can see as to what will be needed and the spaces that are available on the site. The evidence suggests there is nowhere near enough parking possible on the site, and those spaces must be shared across the other proposed uses on the site too. If even one vehicle parks irresponsibly on Aldens Lane, or even in the car park itself, emergency access could be compromised or impossible to the site itself, or worryingly to nearby homes and to the hamlet of Thorncombe Street below. The fact that Surrey Highways submitted their own objection underlines, I think, the seriousness of the nature of those safety concerns. Prevention of crime and disorder. And this isolated rural venue with alcohol sale raises risks of drink diving and antisocial behaviour, and the application, as far as we can see, offers no mitigation of things like late night dispersal. Protection of children from harm. There is no safe route for children to walk or cycle to the site, no safeguarding arrangements, and this licensing objective in our view was not met. Chair, members, Bramley Parish Council does ask the subcommittee refuse this application. However, if you are minded to grant, we request any licence granted create conditions which are proportionate and safe and respectful of neighbours and compatible with the Surrey Hills National Landscape within which it sits. We request strict conditions similar to previous permissions, restricted days of operation, a strictly demised indoor and outdoor area or indoor only area, and significantly reduced scope. For example, licensable area restricted strictly to building A, significantly reduced hours, no alcohol consumption after certain hours, for prohibition of events unless separately applied for. I think that's a really important point, personally. Strict indoor and outdoor capacity limits and robust traffic, parking and noise considerations. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Austin. Now, we have lots of speakers. So what I'm asking you is that please try not to be repetitive and keep your speech succinct. Otherwise, we will be here till midnight. So Katie, could you start the list? Could you just go down the list and see who's here? Would it be easier? Is that easier? Okay, right. Put your hands up, those people that were wanting to speak. Right, we'll start with this gentleman here. Can you just give your name?
Sorry, I'm Mr. Chuchoy. I live in Munster, which is
Fine.
The second closest property to the farm. I'm not going to say what's been said already. I have lived there for about 20 years. It's a very, very quiet lane, and that was disturbed in my experience during the period of operation of the cafe. And as you've heard, the scale of operation that's now being contemplated pursuant to the application is multifold, is manyfold, that size of operation. So I am very concerned about traffic. I am particularly concerned about parking because I was reading the policy statement that you have in force, and on my reading, licensing applications should not cut across decisions taken by the council's planning committees or following appeals against decisions by those committees. And one thing that strikes me is that there was a planning application in relation, a planning breach in relation to the Hilltop Cafe. And thereafter, there was a planning application in relation to a building adjacent to it. I think the cafe was called, there are so many buildings on site, one loses track of exactly what's called what, but I think the cafe was building G. There was a rectangular building next to it that was effectively derelict, in relation to which there was a fresh application for planning. And for that to be a restaurant, I think for up to 48 seats or something like that. So something about half the size of the current application. And the council refused that planning application in relation to that building on various grounds, but particularly in relation to the traffic impact that it would have on the lane. That went on appeal, and that appeal failed, I think on essentially the same grounds. So the traffic concerns are very real. And as I read the policy statement, although licensing and planning are different matters, nevertheless, the licensing policy statement requires the licensing subcommittee not to act in a manner which cuts across, in other words, directly or indirectly undermines planning considerations that have already been taken into account and crystallized in a refusal and an affirmation of the refusal on appeal. So that's a point that I would suggest that the council, that the committee ought to take into account. The second point I've noticed from the policy statement is that applicants for premises licenses, and I'm reading incidentally from paragraph 18.4 of the policy statement of Waverley. The second comment arising out of paragraph 18.4 is that applicants for premises licenses are responsible for making sure that they have the appropriate planning permission to reflect the proposals in their operating schedule and to enable them to comply with the commitments to service provision detailed in their operating schedule. So they have to ensure that they have the appropriate planning permission. And one of the striking things that I've heard is that they don't have planning permission for the very extensive car parking area that they associate with the application, let alone the fact that that parking area is thoroughly inadequate in size. And I respectfully suggest that you ought to take that into account as well. And one of the particular concerns that I think residents on the lane have is that the inevitable consequence of very large numbers of cars turning up, trying to park, is that if they don't have enough parking space, inevitably they will park on the lane. They will park on the bridle paths that surround the area, one of which is at the very top of, I think, the footpath that's been created is being proposed to be created by the farm in an effort ostensibly to alleviate traffic on the lane, but which I fear will simply result in people parking wherever they can, basically, in order to have access to the farm, which is only a short walk away. And we know that walkers, I mean, I know because that's where I live, I know that walkers, for example, occasionally park on my verge, and there's simply going to be a multiplication of that if there are dozens of cars waiting to get access to the site. So we are very concerned, therefore, on that ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentleman, the gentleman next to you, give your name, please.
Yeah, excuse me, my name is Philip Knights.
Yeah.
Good morning to you. I've handed up to you earlier today and a copy to the other side what was going to be my submission. In view of what you've said, I'll keep that as short as I can, and I will try to just bring up any other points in addition to what's already been said. Just to kick off, I and my wife have lived on Alden's Lane now for 40 years. And during the whole of that time, with the exception of Hilltop Kitchen, the farm buildings at Coombe Farm were redundant, derelict. And the whole area has been, as it was when we moved in, probably one of the most tranquil sites you could find in that area. So much so that my house is no more than 20 meters away from the lane. It's one of the closest to the lane. And I can tell you that two cars cannot pass outside my house at the same time. One has to pull over to let the other pass. And that is typical of my part of the lane. It gets progressively worse the further you go down. Now, I don't know if you've actually driven that from Thorncombe Street up to the top. Brave to do so if you're not familiar with it, but that will have given you some sort of flavour of what to expect. Mr. Rankin slightly teased me earlier on about being perhaps slightly hysterical about this. But it's fair to say that the original application that I addressed in my objection was not the same as this one. It was vastly more threatening insofar as A, there was going to be an off licence, which had not been the case before. And B, that off licence would extend over an area of 30 acres, 30 acres around building A, because it was going to have a radius of 200 metres. Now, I'm happy to say that has been withdrawn. I suspect had we not put up a huge fuss, that would have been what you would have been approving today. And that's just to give you a flavour of where we're coming from. The third point to mention is that, yes, I do have to say get irritated by this operation. My Waverley file goes back to 2004, 22 years ago, when I objected to the first application for a farm shop and a plant sales shop in what I suspect is now the restaurant building, but I do get a bit confused as to which is which. That was one of a whole string, and you will have seen in the planning statements, a whole string of applications made in different ways at different times, often for retrospective consent, which was very often denied. And as you know, the Hilltop Kitchen itself was an unlawful operation, which is why it was closed and properly closed by the council. You've got, which I have on my desk from our friends this morning, this plan. It's very, very useful in two respects. First of all, if you look at the top right-hand corner, it shows you the relative sizes of the buildings we're talking about. Now, the building in question is coloured yellow. The building that was Hilltop Kitchen is in the bottom right-hand corner. There's a little square in the bottom right-hand corner. It was a single-room dwelling, had been a farm office. I don't know, as a matter of fact, how much of the surrounding ground was actually licensed. But as you've heard earlier, maybe 50, 60 or more people at a time on a fine summer's day would be outside around on the grass. All very lovely, but I suspect not licensed. But that was what we were looking for. You were looking for an area with a very small sheltered space that had an illegal shelter with a few tables in that. Everything else was outside. Okay, so that's what we're talking about has been hitherto and what was licensed hitherto as opposed to what they're asking for now. Can I take you to the Waverley policy statement? Because I do want to address some very specifics at that, if I may. And I've listed them out on page 1 of what I was handing you. Because I don't know what public nuisance means. But according to the policy statement, it isn't defined, but it can be at a low level and affecting only a few people. Now, the fact that the area is likely lived in by a few people is fair enough. And I respect the fact there's lots of people on the other side of the room who'd love to come to the restaurant. But your primary concern with public nuisance is those of us who do live there and will be affected. And your primary focus indeed is on those, quotes, living in the vicinity, your primary focus. I'm aware that pubs and restaurants are encouraged in the area, and rightly so. But you'll see that the policy statement refers specifically to encouragement in a town or a village. And this is neither. This is an otherwise vacant, derelict site in the middle of an area of great outstanding landscape value. 8.5.4 says that measures will be required to prevent queuing at a venue. If queuing is inevitable, it must be diverted away from the neighbouring premises. Now, we can hear a lot of argument about how much traffic is going to go up and down the lane, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. But you can assume that where two cars can't pass each other and they're coming and going in both directions, there will be queuing. But there is nowhere for it to go. You can't send it anywhere else. You can't send it down the hill and you can't send it around. Measures are required to reduce the impact that the use of open air areas will have on local residents. Well, we're told now that there are, I think I counted 24 external seats out of 88. Now, they will be outside. They will be licensed if this request is granted. There are no provisions for the noise they will generate to be limited. And if there's any doubt about that being an issue, the very fact the applicants have made a point of the fact that the inside areas will be heavily insulated is precisely because they know it will generate noise. Now, if noise is going to be generated inside to be protected by soundproofing, 1/4 at least of the seats will be outside with no such protection. So there's no measure there met for the purposes of 857. And the last one I want to touch on from the licensing guide, 616, I can just bring that up. I've got the extract here, you'll have reference to the whole thing. When an application attracts supporting representations, now Mr. Rankin very theatrically produced the supporting representations this morning. When an application attracts supporting representations as here, the licensing authority will not take the commercial demand for premises into account. Now, I'm not quite sure I know what that means, but if it means what I think it does, what you have seen in terms of supporting representations is to support the commercial venture, and that is not to be taken into account. And the same applies equally well to the number of youth employment jobs that will be created. That's a different issue. It's a commercial, economic issue, not to be taken into account. I'll skip over the next bit of my submission because Mr. Chu Choi has drawn attention to the fact that although you don't tread on the toes of licensing, planning, and they don't tread on your toes, when planning has never been able to consider this application because of the quirk in the law, then it's equally within your jurisdiction to do so to the extent that the issues they would have considered are relevant to you. And I will say that the issue of traffic management is relevant to both planning and to yourselves. I've seen the public notices that have come from the applicants, and I've seen their Facebook campaign. The contrast between the original Hilltop Kitchen and this could not be greater. this is portrayed as a continuation of a little local operation. It isn't. I say that for a number of reasons. The previous operation was out of this small building, primarily in the summer because everybody had to sit outside. Most people had to sit outside. And for mostly over the weekends, because that's when people would come and visit it. And there was a liquor license granted, that's true. But it took account of the fact that that operation at that time was very small. And your colleagues in the previous committee said, when they granted that license, quotes, they considered the character of the area and the nature of the proposed activities, noting that the establishment was intended to primarily operate as a restaurant venue, with evening sittings, effectively only on a fortnightly basis, rather than being considered as a drinking establishment. Now, this is a different operation and other considerations apply. I've looked at what they say will be their hours of operation on their application. So they're looking for licensed alcohol hours between 12 and 11:30 or midnight. But if you look at what they're actually proposing to do in that time, the kitchen will only be open from 12 till 3, and then again from 6 till 9, and that's it. So they'll be selling drinks for 12 hours and providing food for 6. That isn't a restaurant, that's a pub. It's a pub like the Merry Harriers, which they operate very successfully. And I might say I think it's a very good operation. But that is a, quotes, drinking establishment, which the previous license wouldn't have permitted. If they want a pub, they can have a pub. There's plenty of redundant pubs in the area. Merry Harriers has been there for 200 years. That's why they don't have issues such as these. The question of disturbance, I might as well just bring in now that when Hilltop Kitchen operated, the idea that it was some little trivial cottage industry is just nonsense. Because I would be outside typically in the summer, as everybody else would be, I was very, very aware of the amount of traffic that came and went just during the day. Not talking about the evening because it mostly wasn't open in the evening. But during the day, the traffic was heavy by any standards, whether you call it 400 vehicles a day or 700 or however many you like. Because it's currently only 3, 4, 5, 6 an hour. And it went to multiples of that. And it's not just the odd car coming and going, it's motorbike clubs. I mean, I'm talking big Harley-Davidson clubs coming and going up the lane on a Sunday afternoon.
Can I just stop you there? We've been talking about the traffic and
Yes.
how much traffic
Yeah.
that flows through. So I think we've really
That's
dealt
fine.
with that
I
bit.
promise you I won't dwell on that. I just want to say it's nobody,
Thank
it's not
you.
just figures. This is, as Mr. Hughes put it, lived experience.
Thank you.
I know Mr. Rankin criticised my saying we'd be kept awake till 1 o'clock in the morning. Bear in mind, the licence would create or would permit the sale of liquor until 12 o'clock. There are no drinking up hours anymore. People who have had a thoroughly good evening aren't just going to disappear off site at 12 o'clock. They're going to take their time, finish their drinks, and so on, and then drive away. Are the staff going to go before the customers do? No, the staff will go afterwards. So to suggest that they might still be moving at 1 o'clock really isn't fanciful at all. This ought to be addressed. This whole question ought to be addressed of what happens in the evening to the traffic. And they do address it. They say, quotes, signage will be installed at exit, requesting guests leave quietly after 10 p.m. I'm sorry, that's not what licensing requires. It has to be controlled. There's no measure of control. There can't be any measure of control. So that's not an empty fear. I know you've dealt with traffic, and I won't say any more than this. They wanted to build a similar restaurant, half the size in Building F, for 48 seats, not 88 seats, only as recently as 2025. It was turned down. For 48 seats, it was turned down because Surrey Highways said, and this was relied upon by the planning committee, because Surrey Highways said, there would be intensified traffic and trip generation, resulting in detrimental harm. Detrimental harm is public nuisance, enough said. And if it applied to a half the size restaurant, it equally applies here. I'm pretty much there insofar as I just would like to say, to bring this back to the personal level. Yes, this would be a very active proposition in the summer when I and my wife and others will be in our gardens in the summer's evening, trying to go to sleep with the windows wide open, listening to the owls. That will stop.
Thank you very much. Now, if you all bear with me, I'm going to allow a 5-minute comfort break because I think we've all been sitting here quite long enough and we probably do need a comfort break. So 5 minutes, dear ladies and gentlemen. Are you having a comfort break? One then.
We'll be lucky to get them back in 5 minutes, but never mind.
Do you know what? We'd be lucky to get home by 2.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you all take your seats again, please?
Right, so hands up those that were wanting to speak still. Your name, sir? Hugh Terry, Katie? Yes, carry on, Mr. Terry.
Thank you. I won't take much of your time. My wife and I have lived in Snowdonham Lane for over 50 years. Naturally, there's been an increase in traffic levels during this period. However, most of those using this lane and other roads in the area are locals, people who generally know these roads and drive accordingly. They're aware of the hazardous locations. Naturally, Snowdonham Lane gets busier during school hours, and what will exacerbate the problem will be large delivery vehicles whose drivers may well be unfamiliar with the lanes. I recently observed a fire engine trying to get up Snowdonham Lane. It had its blue lights on and siren, and it was delayed for at least 5 minutes in the 100 or so meters it had to travel at that point. And Snowdonham Lane's not unique. We've heard the possible problems associated with all of the roads leading to Aldens Lane and Aldens Lane itself by others more qualified than myself. However, there's a potential problem for some dwelling along every access route of noise nuisance. Living without a pavement between us and the road, we're unable to have our bedroom window open at night due to disturbance from occasional passing vehicles. In an attempt to obtain planning permission ourselves, in 2022, we commissioned a traffic survey by Vectos. An automatic traffic counter was installed in Snowdonham Lane for a week. The average speed was below 30 miles an hour past the proposed site and totaled less than 10 movements between midnight and 6 a.m. Since the traffic seemed to pass at a regular time each night, one can only assume that the drivers were, for want of a better way of putting it, locals. For the authority to grant a license of any sort that allows this venue to regularly close around midnight means that my family and our neighbours are likely to experience an increased traffic level through and to beyond 1 a.m. on all of the roads serving Coombe Farm. These factors, I feel, indicate a totally unacceptable level of nuisance in addition to the risks to be experienced by other road users.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir, please. For your name.
Jonathan Compton, Mum. I live at in Thorncombe Street.
Thank you very much, Mr. Compton. Carry on.
Much of what I was going to say has already been said, so I will take 60 seconds. I drive a vehicle specially adapted for disabled kids for a local charity. It's about the same size as an ambulance, maybe a little less. In the face of increased traffic down Aldens Lane, there is, with respect to the evidence we've heard earlier today from the ambulance driver, for whom I have absolute respect, there is no way I could get my vehicle, which is about the same size as an ambulance, down that road in the face of anything more than 3 cars. We're talking here traffic of, I believe, uncontested on the applicant's own evidence, 300 journeys per day. Madam Chairman, I have nothing further.
Thank you very much. Now, are there any other speakers that have registered? Yes, sir. Please give your name.
So Richard Tuck, also in Thorncombe Street. I live 2 fields and 1 hedge away from the site in question. I won't go through all the history of traffic and noise, that's all been covered already, but just a couple of clarifications from earlier conversations. Yes, there was a meeting of residents in the summer of 24, which I actually came back early from vacation for to attend, because I was so concerned and been involved in discussions prior to that. Noise from the cafes, audio conversation can be heard in my garden. Then with amplified music, compares on a microphone, it gets very, very loud and very disturbing. I've had occasion to phone Sam many times, and this is in my letter, to ask to turn the music down. I was then surprised when I went to this meeting in the summer of 24 to be told we've never heard of complaints before about noise. Alex offered, well, we could turn the speakers around so they weren't pointing down the hill to the houses, pointing back to the building. It seemed a little bit disingenuous at that stage. At that same meeting, we were concerned about the expansion of the site in residence. We were assured by the family that it will be naturally constrained on the expansion on this site because of the limited parking spaces. They couldn't see a way to get more than 26 spaces, is what they said in that meeting. This offer goes far above their 26 spaces. What we have seen with the cafe running now for several years, and they must be in the kitchen all the time, not looking outside. Passing places in Thorpe Street, Aldens Lane, and surrounding lanes get filled with parked cars during the day. Then people walk to the cafe. Yes, they might arrive on foot, but they're parking the surrounding roads. It does cause havoc, just congestion, and I do believe it will be a significant risk for emergency vehicles trying to access the site.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, are there any other speakers before I go to committee members? Right. Did you have some questions you wanted to ask? Yes.
Well, thank you everyone for speaking today. You've all spoken very, very well, made your points very clear. I think from my perspective, and the committee members might correct me if they disagree, but I think the starting point really is that there was a certificate of lawfulness that's been granted here. And the starting point really is that the applicant could probably trade a cafe or restaurant. We're here to really decide about whether we grant an alcohol license, whether we extend the hours. We understand the points made about traffic, but as I say, they could trade and the traffic will come. I think what we're concerned today here is if we grant an alcohol license and extend hours, how does that increase the risk of public safety, public nuisance? And I think that's really what we need to get to the bottom of here today. Mr. Hughes, in terms of the alcohol license, there's obviously objections to, my understanding is no alcohol to be sold on site, is the position of the objectors, but the applicants could offer bring your own alcohol to the site. In your position, would you say that increases the risk of public nuisance, public safety issues, or is it safer to sell on site?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, good question. Of course, we say that even if it's bring your own bottle, it will cause a lot of the issues. But of course, not everyone might choose to bring their own bottle. And with a restaurant such as this, people would be more inclined, I think, to sit down, buy a bottle of wine or some beer with their food. It's a bit more of an effort and a faff to bring your own bottle. So I suspect that the problems with bringing your own bottle might be lesser. But what we suggest is here that the application should be refused. They can, as you rightly say, Councillor Higgins, trade without a licence because they have the certificate in planning which allows them to be a restaurant. We say, let that trade if they wish. Mr. Huxley would have no issues with that. Let them trade without the licence, see how they get on for a year with the increased space that we've heard about in parking, and then perhaps come back for an application later, in a year's time, perhaps when they've sorted it out, and we can see how it operates. That's how we put it, really. I hope that's helpful, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Munro?
Thank you very much. I've got two areas. I wonder if more detail could be provided of what I think you called dispersal policy. What actually happens at 2300 hours or 23:30 in terms of unofficial drinking up time, how you escort guests to their car parks, how the staff close down bottles being chucked into wheelie bins, all that sort of thing that you know about. Perhaps you could amplify that, please.
So our current licence at the site already stipulates that there's no bottles into wheelie bins past 9:30, and we'd be very happy, regardless, to keep that going because I think that's just respectful to the local residents. With regards to the operation itself, we are applying for an application to run a restaurant site. That would involve someone on a host on a host section, running the building and being at the door and as guests arrive and guests leave. They will be trained in ensuring that is done in a respectful and better manner. I think, as we said with Hilton, with the previous iteration when we were just operating a barn, that didn't exist in that manner. We will also, be ensuring that they tell guests to leave quietly. And then with regards to drinking up time, Sam, I and are both got our personal license ourselves and very much understand the law as it is. We have a license, and then there is a very strict drinking up policy for 20 minutes after that license. I believe it's up to half an hour, but we'll always tell guests to leave following 20 minutes after last orders are called. We run the pub currently in a manner that we have a license till 12, but we call last orders at 10:45 most nights of the week, and the same on and that will be the same at this venue. It's very much at our discretion to call last orders as early as we can. With the current economic circumstances, we don't want staff waiting around for the last two guests to drink up. So that's also a factor I'd like to make clear.
Thank you. And there was a reference to some of the objectives of saying, well, in effect, it means the the restaurant won't actually close down till 1 o'clock by the time the staff queue up. Would you like to comment on that?
No, we, as I said, we run a very tight ship nowadays with staff costs being so high. We are very much, with regards to guests leaving, you'll expect the team to be out within 20 minutes of the last guest leaving. Thank you.
Might I keep going on another issue, which is noise, it's mentioned several times. What plans have you to minimise noise, both during operation and, of course, when people are dispersing?
Noise, we have moved the majority of the operation within that building, as you've seen with the table sitting, and we are unable to take the building down, so we will using the current barn structure, but with a builder, Steve, coming in and installing insulation throughout the building to ensure that we hold as much noise within the premise as possible. With regards to the outdoor seating, we've minimised the area as much as possible and feel it is respectful to the area it sits within.
I'm just going to follow on one thing on that one, which was also we're applying to open a restaurant, and a restaurant has guests. They're of a decorous kind. It's the control point of if it became a BYOB, as I know lots of unlicensed restaurants, you're in a position of control, of limitation, as we've experienced from the pub. And, you know, on occasions you have to limit people's alcohol intake and say, I'm sorry, sir, you know, this is final orders and we could order you a taxi and pop you in. And you know, as in the same way as the restaurant, the dispersal is, it's guests for a restaurant leaving. It's not a big party. I just want to say that.
And just last one, a different subject. There's been numbers of parking spaces, effective numbers, has been bandied around. Is that something that could be clarified in perhaps your closing statements or something like that?
So Steve, who did our parking layout, did it with the new, which I've only just seen this morning, as has James, the change in, I think it was 2003 or 2023. So I don't remember the exact number, but Steve followed those guidelines. So I'm not sure where that's come from in terms of parking space. Obviously, we're going to be running a bookable restaurant that creates a trickle effect. I can tell you as a chef, your worst nightmare is 40 customers walking in at 1 o'clock, all ordering at the same time. And you know, the food that I cook, it takes time to prepare and cook, and it needs attention, and you cannot do that for 40 people simultaneously. You want a trickle effect of 15 to 20-minute gaps, depending on table size. Creates a trickle effect in the car park. Guests come, guests go, we turn tables. It's a natural cycle, not producing peak moments. I think that's a really important one just to say as a chef. I certainly don't want to, I've experienced it before. It's not always comfortable, and I'm doing everything in my power to alleviate that, both from a community point and a traffic point, but also from my own quality control points and the enjoyment of what I do. I don't want to cook for 40 people at the same time.
And I think that your booking system works in 15-minute increments. In other words, it will automatically place people in a 15-minute later slot.
Exactly what I was saying. Sorry. Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
So, couple of things. A gentleman was saying about music that was played very loud outside with microphones and loudspeakers. I mean, you know, is that something that you're still going to do, or is the music that you're going to play, you know, low sort of key for diners? I think it's important that we know which you're going to do.
Just want to clarify, there's never been a sound system on the site. We had 2 Sonos speakers, and we once played amplified with 1 amp music on the King's Jubilee. A folk musician came and played within the polytunnel. That was the only time we've ever had amplified music other than the 2 Sonos speakers on the site.
So you're saying that the music you're going to have is low key for diners?
The low key going forward, it will be background music for diners only.
Thank you. What is the last meal served, the time that you actually finish cooking?
Well, the last booking time on Friday, Saturdays would be at 9 p.m. proposal.
So how long roughly do you think people actually stay after a meal?
We allow an hour and 45 minutes to diners of 2, and for 2 hours to 2.5 hours for up to 6 to 8 people. But sorry, in between it's 2 hours of tables of 4. Obviously, we wouldn't take a large table of 8+ at 9 o'clock. That would be it.
No.
That just doesn't happen, and we don't want that either.
Thank you. Several here that I wanted to ask about. Just got to find them. The parking. Now, we've heard from different people concerned that you're going up to 80 covers. So even if you have 2 people in a car, you're talking about 40 parking spaces. If you're single, then it's more. Are you comfortable that you can accommodate that on site?
Yes, we are. We're very comfortable with what we've got provisions for.
Yeah, okay. And so, and you've just said that you would have people seeing customers to their cars.
I think we'd have someone available at the door as guests leave. Now it's up to, obviously the management of those guests will differ from each one. I can't commit to each guest being escorted, but there will be someone available to do so.
Okay. And the outside space that you have for diners, several people have said here that that outside space is quite annoying if it gets loud, especially in the summer. Would you consider not having that space to maybe work with your neighbours? Because at the moment,
I think
you're far apart.
as Mr. Hughes has pointed out, we have changed the plan with regards to understanding neighbours' concerns in this process, and I think that's what I'd like to make clear is we have reduced the space, particularly to the west, I believe, where we get the daytime sun, has gone down by half. We are in a beautiful area. And we are a restaurant with a wraparound garden where we want to have the inside outside brought in. The large doors and windows within the venue, which already exists, will help do so. But we do feel a small number of tables outside is necessary.
Can you remind me how many that is?
I'd have to look at the plan, but I think it's around 6 to the west and 3 to the east.
Okay. Well, I think that's probably all I had. Mr. Councillor Higgins?
Yeah, just want to follow on that point. we see many licence applications that come for review, and even in town centres, the biggest complaint is always outdoor noise late at night. And I think that here you're in a very rural area where potentially people could be sitting outside till midnight. Now you don't have to, but in terms of applicants who come to us in the past, is that they will make concessions on that outside area, but actually they will shut that off a bit earlier so that they're not outside late. Is that something you would consider? I know I'm putting you on a spot.
No, we'd be very happy to consider that. It is a daytime, daylight event, kind of a benefit for us. It's absolutely no need for that in the evening.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, I think if there's no other questions. Yeah, I think basically, thank you very much to everybody. It's been a very long meeting. I don't think we've had a long meeting like this for a very long time. And we've listened very carefully to everything that you have said. And we shall now be, summing up. Yes, I'm sorry, wrong day. Summing up, do you wish to say anything more?
Could I very quickly, because a lot of issues were raised, and I'm going to take them in no particular order. As one would have expected of Mr. Hughes, he attempts to make hay with procedural difficulties. The notice in the newspaper, the notice on the premises, ignoring the fact that what this allowed the residents to do, those that were objecting, was to have more time, and more people were able to have access to the application, and more people would have been able to object. So it's a good thing, not a bad thing. But Mr. Hughes attempts to suggest that as a result of that, it's a cavalier attitude that is being displayed by Sam and Alex. It's not a cavalier attitude at all. If you're doing the application yourselves, which is what they did, then there are a number of stumbling blocks, and notices and procedures are one of those. Mr. Hughes talks about the lived experience, and that's terribly important, because the lived experience that shines through all of these letters of objection and most of what you heard today, save in one respect with one resident, Mr. Tuff, all of the lived experiences increase in traffic. And I'm not going to go on any further about how that is so irrelevant to your considerations. It doesn't matter that Mr. Hughes has been involved in an application where it was taken into consideration. He cited, for example, large music festivals. And obviously, when Glastonbury, for example, where you've got a capacity of 210,000 people, it takes place over 5 days. 1 million people plus turn up at Glastonbury. They put into place what are called TTOs, temporary traffic orders. There's a SAG, the Safety Advisory Group, with the police and all of the responsible authorities. They all get together. Clearly, when you're closing roads, then the question of public nuisance comes into play. But when you've got an existing road, and when you've got, and this is the unanswerable point picked up very clearly by Councillor Higgins, when you've got the unanswerable point is that they can already operate lawfully as a restaurant. What you have to ask yourself is what is the practical effect of granting a license in respect of liquor? How is that going to impact on the licensing objectives? And it's not going to increase the traffic. It's going to decrease the traffic. Our expert says this, that when you've got a restaurant as opposed to a cafe, you don't have to be an expert to draw this conclusion, that people are going to spend longer going to a restaurant than you would if you were going to a cafe. And time again, and it happened again during the hearing, 10 times larger is the way that this application has been depicted. It's not. It's exactly the same size, except we're having fewer people outside than is proposed by the application. So it was a golden opportunity for everybody to say, well, do you know what? When Hilltop Kitchen was working in the party, it was absolute nightmare. I could hear every single word Every car door that was slammed, we're kept up late at night. 3 people in the written objections have made any reference to outdoor sound. That's all. Now, I don't for a moment seek to criticise residents or the sincerity of the views that they hold. I totally understand that and I sympathise with them. And what we're trying to find is some middle ground. And the middle ground is this, we would suggest. It's not to defer the application, which is what Mr. Hughes is saying, because there is no clarity. It couldn't be simpler. Please, could we have a licence for this area? And could you please impose these conditions? It couldn't be simpler. But to throw dust in the eyes of the committee and suggest that it's rather more complicated than that, it's not. It's not more complicated than that. So he then says, well, if you're not going to defer it, you should refuse it. Don't refuse it, because there are no grounds to refuse it, we would suggest. And then he goes on to conditions, which brings me on to the conditions. Now, Mr. Hughes will have for your perusal the old licence. And Mr. Hughes says, what happens to the old licence? Well, we'll surrender the old licence. And we invite you to impose all of the conditions that were imposed on the old licence, save obviously for the hours which we'd ask you to amend. Would you excuse me just a moment?
Worth addressing the question earlier, the old license is still live.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's
Yes, which is
the
why
question that came up earlier.
Yes.
It's still,
Yes.
yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Yes, I'm reminded that the old applicant, old licence is still live, which is why we're going to surrender it if you grant us the new one. And on the same conditions, please, as the old, save for the hours and save for one condition, which would have to be taken in, and that is the opening time shall be designed to serve, only to serve alcohol during the afternoon hours. And this was on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So same conditions, please. And then this is what Mr.
Sorry,
Hughes.
Mr. Rankin, to stop you there. I'm just having a quick glance at the old licence. There's also a condition about refuse receptacles not to be disposed of after 7 o'clock, but I think you were asking for 9 o'clock.
No, we honoured the same condition.
Okay, thank
Absolutely.
you.
Sorry, that was just a mix.
No, thanks for clarification.
Such a relief to have a committee that's read the papers. You'd be astonished at how often sometimes committee members have not read the papers, but I'm really grateful for that. So this is what Mr. Hughes demands in his submissions. He says that in addition to the conditions from the old licence, he said that there should be no alcohol outside the licensed premises. And then he says, no alcohol supplied. This is on page 438. Yes. So Mr. Hughes calls this supplemental statement of case on behalf of Mr. David Huxley and other local residents. So these are the conditions that he wants imposed. It's what we call a distinction without a difference. Mr. Hughes has outlined conditions that he either wants, demands, would like imposed on the license. So he says, thank you, Chair. No alcohol supplied at the premises shall be taken from the licensed premises to any external area, including the area described on the plans as kitchen garden. Now, if he means by that we can still supply alcohol to our outdoor tables, then we're perfectly happy with that condition. If he's suggesting, no, you can't have alcohol supplied to those outdoor tables, then we'd resist that. And what we would go for was the helpful suggestion by Councillor Higgins that some form of curfew take place in relation to the outdoor tables after a certain time in the evening, for example. And then it's also what we call surplusage. No alcohol supplied at the premises shall be taken from the licensed premises. I've already thrown away off-license sales. So the license prohibits off sales. So you wouldn't need that wording from Mr. Hughes. It's just an identification of whether those outdoor tables should be used past a certain time. And then at paragraph 22, the area described on the plans as kitchen garden shall not be used by customers or members of the public at any time. Well, the first point to make is that a lawful condition? Because it relates to an area which is not part of the licensed area, and query whether you can actually impose a condition prohibiting access to something which is not part and parcel of the licensed area. And secondly, we have removed a large part of the application and pared it down completely. Now, given that we can't take alcohol into that area, what is the harm in a child going into that area and picking a strawberry and eating it? What is the harm? That's what Mr. Hughes seeks to do. He seeks to prevent people who have either eaten at the premises or just about to eat, prevents them strolling through an impeccably managed kitchen garden. Now, as I said at the outset, if this application can only be granted with that condition, then of course we would respect the committee's decision and impose that. And yes, we would put up a fence, but we would like, please, to strike some balance. Residents should not have it all their own way. And we have made considerable concessions in the making of this application. Thirdly, at paragraph 23, Mr. Hughes suggests, asks, demands no external speakers, no regulated entertainment outside. Well, we haven't asked for regulated entertainment, so we can't have regulated entertainment outside. So that's surplusage. And then in bold, he said, no music or amplified sound shall be provided in any external areas. Now, I have a difficulty with that, and it's this, that if you have background music being played inside the premises at a level that people can speak over, I agree entirely with you that the idea of being in a restaurant, at my age certainly, with loud music, is unwelcome. I wouldn't want that. So as a matter of practice, we're going to have background music. But what happens if the sound is audible in when one is sitting at a table outside? Is that the provision of music or amplified sound in any external areas? So what I'm going to propose is this, that certainly there shall be no external speakers placed outside the premises. We can agree that. And then what about a general condition that no music shall be played at such a level at the premises as to give rise to a nuisance? Isn't that the easiest and most elegant way around it? Rather than Mr. Hughes and I dancing on the head of a pin and arguing what is and what is not provision of music outside. Car parking, I've said in no particular order. There it is. We say there's ample. It was perfectly all right when we had a much larger and busier premises before. And we say it's perfectly ample. Kelly Rose talks about collision risk and talks about the previous crashes over the 4 years. When you analyse what she actually found on the figures, on the 17th of March, 2 years ago, at 8:14 in the morning there was a crash. It happens. It happens all over the kingdom. It was an accident, but it can't be said to be the responsibility of Hilltop Kitchen. And then at 3:21 in the afternoon on the 1st of December, 4 years ago, a lady spun on the icy road owing to the conditions. And that's it. That's the collision risk. It's perfectly clear that what is uppermost in the residents' minds is the fact that in some way they've been unable to argue the traffic point because the planning mechanism which granted them the certificate of lawful use sought to exclude that. They can't now seek, it's rather like an ugly sister attempting to get her foot into the glass slipper. It simply doesn't fit. You can't seek to re-argue matters which are planning matters in a licensing forum. And no matter how hard Mr. Hughes tries to get his foot inside the slipper, suggesting that representations from Surrey Highway relate to public safety is incorrect. He said this, highway safety is another word for public safety. It's not. It's highway safety and public safety. Both of those are entirely different matters. And it doesn't need me to repeat the point about the DCMS guidance and what that says. And Mr. Hughes helpfully, this is your Mr. Hughes, has pointed to the new paragraph 1.18 in the DCMS guidance, which says that you should consider the need to promote growth and deliver economic benefits. That's now a lawful consideration that the DCMS guidance said. It's not a licensing objective, but it says this. Have a think about that. What are the economic benefits? What is the growth that would be promoted? And the unanswerable question to that is, it would be opportunities for young people. It would be a facility which would be unparalleled. And it will be in the safe hands of these two gentlemen who are perfectly happy to engage with the residents. And if, for some extraordinary reason, any of the catastrophes that are being prophesied by Mr. Fumicelli and the traffic experts come to any form of fruition, then there's always a review. That was all I was going to say.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Hughes, your turn.
Thank you, Chairman. The old fallback, there's always a review, which I'm sure you've heard many times in your committee. I'm not demanding anything, of course, from the committee. It's not my place to demand. It's not my style to demand. If Mr. Rankin had read my case summary, I haven't had the opportunity to read the one that he might have put in, of course. If you look at my summary, I'm just saying respectfully request, should you be minded to go down a particular route, which we see you don't. I don't demand anything before committees. It's not my style. Can I just deal perhaps with a few of the issues that Councillor Munro and Councillor Higgins raised, if I may, and the answers you got. Again, of course, in response to Councillor Munro's perfectly sensible question about dispersal policy, about noise policy. There was a lot of, if I may say so, umming and ahhing on the other side of the chamber by the applicants. No doubt they're extremely good at what they do, and I'm not disputing that at all. But you still don't have, we've had 2 months of consultation on this, a dispersal policy written down. It's all, well, we might do this, we could do that, there might be a bit of the other, but there's no document that you can settle upon and latch upon as one does in countless licensing hearings. Mr. Rankin seems to think I've only done one. I've done hundreds and hundreds of them over the years. There's still no document that you can latch on, say, with confidence, we can grant this premises license because we've got this document here. This is how they're going to manage people coming and going from the premises. And again, the allegations thrown at us that we're simply trying to relitigate planning matters here. We're not. We're simply saying what happened at planning But what we are saying is that there's a public safety objective here, and that traffic and the comings and goings, not 3 miles away, clearly not 3 miles away, but in the immediate vicinity of this premises, as the guidance indicates, relates to obviously public safety, the public safety being those coming and going from the site, and local residents as well. Noise, extraordinary, isn't it? And you've done countless of these applications yourself, I'm sure, that there's no noise management plan or operational management plan, notwithstanding the fact that, again, we've had 2 months of consultation. This hasn't been forthcoming. Now, it would have been quite easy for the applicant to put together a document. We've all done it. We've all been there. I've been there in countless applications for restaurants as well as bars. And you need them, and you need them in sensitive areas such as this. You also need them in the middle of town centres when you're operating a restaurant. There's nothing immune from, restaurants have immunity from sound issues. They do. There might be a different quality of sound coming from a bar as from a restaurant, but people are still coming out, merry, having had a very good evening perhaps, and onto the streets. And there has been no noise acoustic report to give you comfort, in my respectful submission, that this could be granted. You've got nothing in front of you. What you do have is Mr. Fumicelli's company's report from RBA Acoustics, which talks about almost record levels of sound depletion. There's hardly any sound there apart from the owls and the wind brushing gently through the tree branches. It's that quiet, and yet still no acoustic report has come before you. And that's very important. Now, that's why I say the cavalier attitude comes in that Mr. Rankin rejects. You would have expected to see that from a good, solid operator, if only to put the minds of the local residents as well at ease. Not there. And even after questioning from Councillor Munro, again, there was a lot of umming and ahhing, some mild concessions to the committee, if you might put it that way, but nothing that you can be sure of will be done at this premises. So again, we say another ground for refusing this application. Let them come back again. That's their entitlement to come back in front of you to put forward a very good, well-tailored application, but not to have these residents fighting for information as we've gone on, which is the reason why there was a supplementary case summary put in, because more information came out after the initial summary went in. That's why there's a supplemental from me. So they've been dragged kicking and screaming to this conclusion in terms of me not wanting people to look at strawberries growing or whatever, however Mr. Rankin phrased it. It's nonsense, isn't it? It's complete nonsense. There was never any mention of a kitchen garden when I put my case summary in, or my supplemental case summary. And even if there were, we didn't know what it was going to be used for. I've had no objection to people looking at strawberries, but that's the reductio ad absurdum Mr. Rankin uses. It's nonsense. This case summary I put in addresses the substance of the issue. Now, in terms of the public safety issue, there's definitely, of course, a fault line between Mr. Rankin and myself on this one, as you're aware. Now, if Mr. Rankin is right, and transport assessments and traffic are never a part of a licensing committee's decision-making, then I think it would make about 3/4 of the applications I've done in my life totally invalid, which is not the case. They're perfectly valid. It would make countless licensing policy committees' requests for traffic assessments, if only to understand how people are going to leave the premises. Will there be lots of traffic arriving, and will it be done safely? Now, this is not a planning issue here in this committee. It's certainly a planning issue in that committee, but it's not a planning issue here. It's a public safety issue. And it also goes to public nuisance and noise, which again is a crucial part of what we're saying here. Cars coming and going down this narrow lane, one-track lane, in the late hours of the evening. And in terms of the size of the premises, well, you've seen that clearly on the plan. Our friend alluded to that in his wonderful submission to you. Look at the plan. Look at the size of the kiosk. And I may say that that kiosk, as he called it, isn't operating now. It's very well to say, well, we'll hand up the license. That's no concession at all. It doesn't have planning permission to operate in the way it is. So it can't operate the license in any event. It doesn't have planning permission. So we ask you to take those matters into consideration. Yes, we say the procedural difficulties at the beginning, no notice is put up properly, no public advertising in local newspapers. These are statutory requirements. Mr. Rankin says, well, his clients were acting on their own. They didn't have legal advice. I've known countless operators who've acted on their own without legal advice being given them, and they've got this right, perfectly right. A newspaper advertisement is an absolute statutory legal requirement and should be observed. So we say to you that the application as it stands gives so much room for doubt and concern to you as members about public safety and certainly public nuisance here, that there is nothing lost to this committee by refusing the application today, allowing them perhaps to operate as a restaurant, which they say they can do, getting back to Councillor Higgins's point, and trying that out for a year and seeing how these local residents live with it. And then it's perfectly open then to them to come back with a restored, tightly knitted together application with the proper reports prepared for you, noise report, dispersal plan, operational management plan, a noise management plan, with all those documents you would normally expect to see in a year's time or whenever they choose to make that. And let them operate in the meantime. Let's see how they get on. And as I said, my client, Mr. Huxley, has no problem with them operating as a restaurant without alcohol sales. He's not that difficult. He's saying, good luck to you if you can do that. So that's the way that we put our case on behalf of Mr. Huxley, madam, and I'm very grateful to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hughes. Now, this is just for Sam and Alex. Is there anything that you would like to say, not including Mr. Is there anything you would like to say before we withdraw? Briefly.
It's been a long day.
Yes.
You're happy.
That's
You're
it. Thank you
happy.
very much.
Right. Well, again, thank you very much, everyone. We will now withdraw. We will be taking Gillian Carson-Jones, the Waverley solicitor, with us, and Kimberly Sohn from Democratic Services, and we will come back with a decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
committee have considered all the evidence accompanying the report and the verbal evidence heard at this hearing. The committee also considered the concerns about traffic generally, which are planning considerations and not considerations for a licensing application. Section 182 guidance says that what may be relevant considerations. The February 2026 version continues, paragraph 16, that the Licensing Act is not to be used to control the behaviour of customers once they are beyond the direct management of the licence holder and staff. This points to licensing being a tool to control a customer's behaviour whilst on the premises or in the immediate vicinity of the premises, for examples, as they enter or leave. Paragraph 215, in relation to the public safety, the committee note that the emphasis is on the safety of the public whilst they are using the premises. This is why the paragraph discusses the provision of a local taxi information and adequate lighting of the car parks and paths at the premises. It is not concerned with the road use and traffic more generally. 2.26, in relation to the public nuisance, again, the guidance stresses that licensing is a legal tool to control behaviour on the premises or in the immediate area surrounding the premises. Beyond that, it is not appropriate to use licensing to control what is a matter for the personal responsibility of individuals under the law. In conclusion, the committee have a mind to approve the application with the conditions set out in the current licensing and the following additional considerations and conditions. A, the external seating cease to be used after 9 p.m. B, no external speakers outside and no music to be loud enough to cause statutory nuisance. C, a dispersal plan to be submitted to the licensing team. D, a noise. Yeah.
Within 3 months.
These are all within 3 months, please. A dispersal plan to be submitted to the licensing team, a noise management plan to be submitted to the licensing team. E, a light reduction plan to be submitted to the licensing team. These are all within 3 months, please. Thank you. The committee also considered the need to promote growth and deliver economic benefits in accordance with paragraph 1.18 of the statutory guidance. These are advisory, the next bit. Although the committee cannot condition, we ask that the applicants advertise to their patrons on their website to not park on Alden's Lane. This decision can be appealed within 21 days of this notice being published. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.